Hello, check. You can use this.
So I'll share the link to you.
Ah,
You can only display it over there. I don't have to connect the laptop.
you can also use this. You need to put some posters.
No, no, I have to display a website.
Mm.
Okay, I'll share the link with you.
Mm.
You just present it over there.
Oh, okay, okay.
Okay, that's how I was.
You need to put no.
No, no, no. After some time.
Hello, check.
Greetings and a very warm welcome to distinguished delegates, esteemed faculty members, and dear participants. On behalf of the Department of Computing Technologies, School of Computing, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, I, Samriddhi Jain, am honored to welcome you to this 2 day national workshop on the theme Ethics of AI in E-Governance, Trust, Fairness, and Accountability over Time. We are proud to announce that this significant event is supported by the Indian Council of Social Science Research. The ICSSR is a leading organization dedicated to high quality research that helps shape public policy and addresses the social realities of India. Our department has always been committed to advancing the fundamentals of computer science to better our society. Today, we continue that mission by bringing together scholars, policymakers, and industry experts. Our goal is to discuss the ethical challenges and the important responsibilities of using artificial intelligence in the field of governance. To officially commence today's proceedings, we shall begin with the invocation. I I request all the dignitaries on the dais and the audience to join us for the prayer and lighting of the lamp as we seek blessings for a successful event.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்த கெழிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கரமும் அதிசிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதரும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிரமை திரும்பியந்த செய்ய மறந்த வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே.
I request all the dignitaries on the dais to join us for the lighting of the lamp. To officially open our deliberations, I have the pleasure of calling upon Dr. Divya Mohan, the convener of this workshop, to deliver the welcome address. Ma'am, I invite you to address the gathering.
A very warm welcome to everyone present here. I, Dr. Divya Mohan, Assistant Professor and Principal Investigator of this ICSSR project, I'm truly delighted to welcome you all to the inauguration of the National Workshop, Ethics of AI in E-Governance, Trust, Fairness, Accountability over Time. This workshop, sponsored by Indian Council of Social Science Research, stands as a significant platform to explore the interaction of technology and the morality. It is an opportunity for us to navigate the moral compass of artificial intelligence and to understand the frameworks necessary to ensure the trust and fairness in our governance systems. We are deeply honored to welcome our distinguished chief guest, Marshall M. Matheshwaran, AVSM VM PhD, with his vast experience and strategic vision. Sir, it brings a unique perspective on the leadership and accountability that is invaluable to our discussion on governance today. We are grateful to have you with us, sir. It is also my privilege to extend a warm welcome to Dr. R.S. Ponmagal ma'am, Associate Professor, Department of Computing Technologies, and her constant support and guidance which forms the backbone for our department initiatives and for this workshop too. We are also privileged to have with us a stellar line of resource persons who bridge the gap between the academia, industry, and policy. A warm welcome to all. To all our faculty members, research scholars, and students, and the faculty organizing team, I thank you for joining us today, and I encourage you to immerse yourself in this workshop with open minds. May today's session spark new ideas and foster a deeper understanding on the critical and ethical responsibilities that define modern technology. So let us together make this workshop not just an event, but a milestone in our shared journey towards the ethical and accountable AI. I welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for those welcoming remarks. We now move to a significant part of our program. I invite Dr. R.S. Pormagal, Associate Professor of the Department of Computing Technologies, to the podium for the ceremonial honoring of our chief guest, Air Marshal M. Matheshwaran. Thank you, ma'am. I now request ma'am once again to favor us with the presidential address.
Good morning, everyone. Guests on the dais and guests of the dais. Once again, I join with Divya to welcome you all again. And on behalf of the HOD, I'm standing here. So she's on the way. Anyhow, I have the privilege of kickstarting this workshop and also the funded project. Okay. I only introduced Dr. Armais sir from H&S department. So I have that privilege. So in that aspect, I'm very happy to be present here. And we have Amish with us. We are highly honored to have Air Marshal M. Madeshwaran sir, Mr. Nagaraj Nagabhushanam, Vice President, Data and Analytics Designated AI Officer, the Hindu Group of Publications. We welcome you, sir. And we have Amish with us today, Dr. Papia Sen Gupta, Assistant Professor, Center for Political Studies, JNU Delhi. Welcome you, ma'am. And Dr. Neela Ganguly, she is the principal investigator of this project, Assistant Professor and Head, Political Science, School of Humanities, Guru Nanak College, Valacheri. So also we have some more eminent personalities amongst us who is going to join with us tomorrow. And we welcome every one of us. And I also wish a grand success and 2 resourceful days for the participants of these two days events. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for those insightful remarks. It is now my distinct honor to introduce our chief guest, Air Marshal M. Madeshwaran, AVSM VM PhD. Sir is a former fighter pilot with nearly 40 years of distinguished service in the Indian Air Force and served as the Deputy Chief of Integrated Defense Staff. With vast experience in operations and aerospace technology, he played a vital role in critical national projects like the LCA and Kaveri. Beyond his military career, he has held senior leadership roles at the Hindustan Aeronautics Limited and Reliance, and he currently serves as the founder and chairman of the Peninsula Foundation. Sir, your leadership and expertise in strategy and technology are truly inspiring to all of us. I now invite you to the stage to deliver the chief guest address.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Dr. Punmohal and Dr. Divya Mohan, my colleagues on the stage, and distinguished guests, faculty, and students. It's a great pleasure to be here this morning, and I thank the Department of Computer Science Education. Am I right? Yeah, that's right. It's to invite me here and on a very important topic. Today, the flavor across the world is artificial intelligence. You hear that day in and day out, and it's also growing, developing so rapidly. It's going to be part and parcel of your daily life, and you just cannot get away from it, even if you want to, stay away from it. And therefore, it's important to look at the kind of capabilities that artificial intelligence will bring in all dimensions of your life. It's important to look at how we handle it, in terms of ethics, in terms of fairness, trust, accountability, particularly in the governance. And governance deals with all aspects of not just day-to-day administration, but your education, your social cohesion, and more importantly, finally, security. So today, you are witnessing the use of AI, particularly in war and in security, which will raise phenomenal questions of human rights, ethics, and of course, what should the world do about it, correct? And Gaza is a classic example in this entire process. So uh, last month, you all would have read about the World Economic Forum at Davos, and much of the focus in Davos, if you all can go back and see all those discussions in YouTube, whether it's Jensen Huang of NVIDIA or Alex Karp of Palantir or Siemens. Siemens is, gathering a phenomenally dominant position in developing these areas. It's important to get a good understanding as to what AI is capable of in today's world. Fundamentally, I would like to flag one important basic tenet of anything that's developed by human civilization throughout its history is that everything needs to be treated as a tool. AI should be treated as a tool. Don't let AI master us. If you let AI master us, there's going to be catastrophe, right? And that is what we need to remember. Now, for states, at the start of the digital revolution and in the 90s, a lot of research and papers were coming out saying that the days of nation state and the concept of sovereignty in a period of digital connectivity and globalization is a thing of the past. Nothing could have been more wrong than that. The nation state is back with a bang, and the states have become more powerful. And what enables the state to become more powerful is tools like the artificial intelligence. And if artificial intelligence is not governed by ethics and transparency, and if people in a democracy who actually should be wielding the power and hold your state or your government to accountability, then this could be a major problem. States have a propensity to become powerful, right? They monopolize the use of force, they monopolize the use of power to control people. And how do you control people? Is to control information. Artificial intelligence source is massive, voracious appetite for data, right? When your data is collected and the state monopolizes that data, the state then becomes a surveillance state, right? That's already happening. In China, because it's a one-party government, and China has developed phenomenally. There are a lot of good things about China, but it's a surveillance state. Every aspect of a human being, wherever he moves, is data is collected on. And therefore, when you now actually move into levels of entrepreneurship and development in certain areas to contribute, or you want to grow up into the political architecture in terms of being part of the governance leadership, you're going to be validated against how you comply with states' requirements, your social compliance, your social marks that are validated. How does that come about? Through the artificial intelligence system that's monitoring your life to the minutest detail. The US has pretty much now surveillance on the entire world, right? And therefore, communications between nations, communications between leaders, their personal lives of the leaders, all that is available with the US. And an organization like CIA will use it at the appropriate time. Israel is accused of similar habits as well. Mossad is a classic example of all that. And therefore, there is already a phenomenal amount of unethical use of technology in today's world. And artificial intelligence will make that extremely worse. And therefore, if people are not aware of it, if your generation is not aware of these issues and well educated, and arm yourself with the importance of legalities of use of technology, and create and formulate the appropriate check and balance system through laws, then there's going to be a problem in the future, right? We will all be part of a state that is draconian. How many of you have read a nice famous book called Brave New World? The author is Aldous Huxley, right? It's a book written in the 1920s. And he visualizes a future where there will be no states, there will be a world government, and where human life will be controlled by technology, by your genes, and people personal lives will also be controlled. You can only marry when the state tells you to do. You can only have children when the state tells you to have, right? Every bit of it. There are enough number of movies who've come out basing on this. We are pretty much that kind of a fear is actually staring across the world. Okay, and this is what we must be aware of it. On the other hand, the benefits of AI is phenomenal. What would have taken years to analyze a data for a research will happen in weeks, right? And in the Siemens exposition presentation in Davos, he now brings in what's known as Jet Zero, an aviation company, where digital twinning can make that aircraft design, development, and setting up the manufacturing process. Everything done digitally, first analyzed, and then done it in a matter of months, correct? Which would have taken years for that process to happen, right? So the advantages, if used ethically and correctly, can accelerate efficiency phenomenally, bring in accountability as well. And therefore, benefits are immense. Knowledge management can be phenomenal. Knowledge management has always been a challenge in the past, but these tools can make it extremely viable. But at the same time, you need to look and keep in mind the problems of what unethical handling of AI can create is something we all should be conscious about. Therefore, it's important to bring in accountability, bring in transparency, bring in laws that are clearly understood by common man, and justice system that should be playing an important role in bringing check and balances frequently in this process, because business houses are unethical fundamentally. They would want profit at any cost, right? And therefore they will develop tools. How many of you are aware of the reputation of Palantir? What do you what do you think of Alex Carr? A phenomenal brain and intellectual, or would you label him as a war criminal? Anyone? Well, Alex Karp, I would put him on both. A genius who's broken ground in many areas, but I would also put him into a war crime accountability, because his tools have enabled governments like Israel to be able to do the havoc like what you're witnessing in Gaza. The Israel uses a artificial intelligence tool called Lavender. Lavender now pretty much in peacetime monitors every individual, takes care of all their track record, creates a massive database, and then it formulates on the basis of Israel's social and Zionist philosophy who all can be targets. We are talking about individuals down to the child. And therefore, it throws up every time a drone is launched with a weapon, it says, here are the number of targets available to you. And it keeps tracking every one of them. And then says, okay, here's the target available, kill that person or destroy this part. Right? So this is the way your artificial intelligence can be used unethically in warfare. There are laws of war. There are Geneva Convention that come into play. There are human rights laws that exist, but all of that is put away. And therefore, the importance of social organizations coming into play to address correct use of AI for betterment of humanity and bring in a lot of transparency and ethical process of development of technology and usage is extremely important. So this is a very important subject that you are all going to be debating over the next 2 days. I wish the conference all success and enjoy the conference. Ask a lot of questions. Don't leave any speaker free without actually grilling them. And then I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for those inspiring insights that will surely shape our perspective as we begin this 2 day journey. Moving forward, we now reach a milestone moment in our proceedings. We are pleased to announce that we will now be launching our new website, Tharma AI.
Oh, I see. I've got to click that. Done? That's it.
With the digital platform now live, we shall move forward with our scheduled proceedings. Before we dive into our technical sessions, I would like to briefly outline the roadmap that will guide our journey. Over the 2 days, we will explore vital topics such as transparent AI systems, fair decision making, and algorithmic bias. We are truly honored to host a distinguished group of experts. They join us from world renowned organizations, including JNU, the Hindu Group, UNESCO, the University of Alberta, ZS Associates, and Guru Nanak College. Participants and attendees, we now proceed to our first session of the day. It is my privilege to introduce our first expert speaker, Mr. Nagraj Nagabhushanam, the Vice President of Data and Analytics and designated AI Officer at the Hindu Group of Publications. Mr. Nagraj is an expert in building enterprise ecosystems where machine intelligence enhances rather than replaces human judgment. With extensive experience in the media sector, his work focuses on designing technical systems that preserve organizational trust and remain fully accountable. Today, he will address a very timely theme: AI as an invisible bureaucrat, governing with purpose, fairness, and accountability. Sir, we are honored to have you and now invite you to commence the session.
Good morning, everyone. Even as we wait for my deck to come on screen, thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to be here. Yeah. Can you hear me clearly now? Super. So thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I'm very happy to be here to speak about AI ethics in e-governance. Um, Even as we were just waiting to come to the hall, even as we were waiting to come to the hall, as we were having breakfast, I was introduced to some of the other speakers at this conference. And I have to say that most of them are much bigger stalwarts than I am. And I'll admit that I'm somewhat intimidated to be asked to start off. It would have perhaps been easier for me to have taken one of the later sessions in the day, just so that I could perhaps imbibe some of the wisdom that previous speakers would have said. Air Marshal Madheshwaran, your speech pretty much covered a large swath of things that I wanted to say. And therefore, I'm a little perplexed as to what I might have to cover. But having said that, it's my duty to present, and I shall do so. Can we have the first slide up on screen, please? this. Um, so I was asked to speak about. I was asked to choose a topic on AI ethics in e-governance, and I proposed this topic, which Dr. Divya happily accepted, which is AI as an invisible bureaucrat governing with purpose, fairness, and accountability. This is something that this is a topic on which I've been writing over a period of a couple of years now, both in my Substack publication as well as for the Hindu. And I was very happy for this opportunity to talk about this in a public forum like this at a conference. When we think about bureaucracy, we think about something which is very visible for a lot of us. Our idea of bureaucracy is going to a government office or a quasi-government office, going to pay our electricity bills, going to pay our water taxes and whatnot. Much of it has moved online now, but even now, if you had any issues, any problems, you'd still have to go to the office. And for me, the perfect visual for going to a government office is to stand in a queue, reach a counter, speak to a person, explain your problem, get it done. I've lived in multiple states, and I've always been amazed at how accommodative um, bureaucrats usually are in terms of your language. Like, I'm from Tamil Nadu, but I've lived in Karnataka, I've lived in Delhi, I've lived in Maharashtra, and whether other things are okay or not, when you go to a government office, there's always the attempt by whoever's trying to face you to truly understand your problem and suggest a fix or solve that problem for you. And this is one of the main hallmarks of a governance system, meaning that most of us walk into a government office only when we have a problem or an issue. We generally don't go to a government office to spend time, get to know people, socialize. That's not the kind of environment a government office is. We go there because we have an issue or we have a problem and we want somebody to solve it. And typically in a government office, you do have someone to solve it, unlike, let's say, most of the banks these days. More often than not, this, I don't know, internet safe. You want to take this off? Okay. Um, um, so as I was saying, so the counter, and today, even if you walked into a bank where you have an account, more often than not, you are first asked, "Did you try our app? Did you try our website?" And then only you get some kind of service or some semblance of service. But a government office is not like that. But here's the thing: we could very soon be in a situation where the government office is going to be like that too, meaning that um, in recent times, if you've used Flipkart or Amazon, even till about a couple of years back, if you had a problem with your delivery, if you had an issue with products that came to you, you could actually call someone and speak to them. Today, in the app, you go to the chat window, you chat with the robot decides whether you should speak to a person or not, and more often than not, you don't get the contact. Somebody is told you call this person and they call you, so you can't even reach a human being even if you wanted to. And my fear, and I mean it, my fear is that that might happen to government too. And that's actually a sad state of affairs, because um, by definition, the people in this room and people who've joined us online, we are part of the digital elite. We have systems, we have phones, we are connected. We do have the means and methods to reach out to someone through digital means. But imagine the people who do not have this means, the people who are on prepaid cards, people who don't have a smartphone, people who ration their, uh, their GB consumption per day, all of these, and you can see where this is going. So the uh, the the counter, by the way, also acts like a boundary, right? There's this table, and that table separates the bureaucracy from the citizen, and it's kind of sacrosanct. Have you ever tried going and plonking yourself at the table? I'm not talking about standing away from the table like this, but go closer. You can actually see whoever's on the other side going a little bit that way. If you don't look like you are educated or powerful, it's very likely somebody actually says step back, because they don't want you too close to the line. They don't want you crossing that line, right? They don't even want you touching that line. Forget crossing that line. Um, so while while this is our truth today, it's tempting to think that AI will kind of ease that off. You don't feel that thing of somebody ordering you about, somebody saying, "Hey, don't stand so close, step back." And we might think that that is a good thing, but honestly, that's not, because it's only reinforcing the boundary between governance and citizens, right? Um, so, like I said, but in very practical terms, today, you want to deal with the government, you do have the means and methods to do it physically. You could go to an office, you can see a person, and that person is going to try and understand what it is that you want solved, and they're going to suggest ways and means to solve it, or they're going to solve it themselves. If it's something simple like paying your electricity bill, you're going to get it done. But if it's something that's a little bit more involved, somebody is going to work on it. You know this person. This person has a name board. This person has a name badge sometimes. which means that if you have to do multiple transactions to finish your job with the government, there is a person that you anchor that transaction with. Now, many of you will realize where this story is going, which is, again, while it's tempting to think it's powerful from a citizen's perspective, it also has the problem that you can't really put a name down on it. You can't tell the AI that I spoke to one of your avatars yesterday, whereas you could go to a government office and say, I spoke to Mr. Ramesh yesterday, right? So there are things that today's bureaucracy does well, and one of those things is to be visible, is to be identifiable. And I'm specifically saying this because these are two things that AI systems are not going to give you. An AI system is not visible to you. You might not even know that an AI system is exercising some judgment. And it's certainly not identifiable. So look at how we do government today, and this takes me to my next point, the visibility point, which is many times we don't even know whether decisions that impact us, either individually or collectively, like in your residence group, or a larger group, for a neighborhood, for a city, take it larger and larger. You don't know whether those decisions are impacted by a person, a machine, whether it's something that a machine did that a person approved. You don't know. For example, I don't know how many of us are taxpayers here. I can see that in the first couple of rows, there are people who are certainly taxpayers. If you're students, you're not taxpayers yet, but you will become taxpayers. We get notices. There are years when I get notices. I make only my salary income. I don't run a business. I don't own agricultural land. I don't own additional property that gives me rental income. Nothing. It's just my salary. There are years when I'll just file my returns and I'll claim my returns, the refunds, and it'll just come. And there are years when there's nothing to, no suspicious transactions, nothing, but somebody will say, oh, I need this piece of paper again. I need that piece of paper again. Show me why you did this, or show me why you did that. And honestly, today, we don't know if that was flagged by a system for some reason, or whether somebody just randomly, they were looking at some files and your file came up on top. Nothing else, just that your file was on top, right? You don't know. And that visibility matters. I think as citizens, we should know how the decisions that impact us were made. If it's purely through AI systems or heuristic systems, whether it is a combination of systems with human beings, or whether just human beings did that. Also, we should know if it was a random pick, or whether some process truly happened behind this. The whole thing around visibility, I spoke about visibility for the citizen of the bureaucracy, but we should also talk about the visibility from the other end, which is how do bureaucrats see us? And it's a question of attention, right? Given any bureaucrat at any level is handling far more relationships. Even if we go there only once for one problem, it is a relationship. They are handling far more relationships than generally human beings do, or human beings in other walks of life do. And this means that from a citizen's point of view, getting their attention matters. And from a bureaucrat's point of view, giving that attention is leverage of power. So the fact that if I wanted to see the commissioner of Chennai City, sorry, shows my age, I could get it because I'm a senior executive in a well-known newspaper that's based in the city. But Somebody else might find it more difficult. Other people might find it more and more difficult. And most people living in the city would also find it impossible. Impossible. That's the word. Impossible. Not possible. Can't go meet the commissioner of Chennai City. But what that means is the fact that you can get their attention. If you can get their attention for 2 minutes, that's great. If you can get their attention for 20 minutes, that's fantastic. And that is a leverage of power. That is a leverage. It is available to them. It then depends on that individual on whether they use that power responsibly or not. And we are now asking too much of human beings who are prone to error, prone to errors of judgment, really. And this is one of the scenarios where AI has its benefit, which is AI can give us all equal attention, right? There is no, AI doesn't lack for time. You can create more instances. If you have 20 instances running to serve Chennai, and if there is more demand for some reason, you can spin up 20 more instances. You could spin up 200 more instances if you wanted. And you can get equal time. But equal time also means that equal attention at some point goes into a bottleneck. So I now want to go into some of my examples with journalism in my day-to-day work, where I work with systems. We covered that. I spoke about the counter. So let's go to the journalism lessons. About 15 years back, around 6 o'clock in the evening, the editor of the newspaper, the editor-in-chief of the newspaper, the news editor, the chief news editor, the opinion editor, all the different bureau chiefs, we'd all get together. That's around 6 p.m. And there would be this huge discussion, huge fights and arguments over what should the next morning's front page be. What are the stories that we carry? What are the treatments that we give each story, right? It would last typically 40 to 45 minutes most days. Some days when something big is happening, it can go up to an hour and a half. If elections are happening, we'll be holed in the room the whole night. Like we'll start around 5 p.m. and we'll be holed in there till 1 a.m. or so. Huge amount of energy coming into this. So what are the key things that would happen? The key things that would happen is, what are we covering? How are we covering it? How much importance are we giving it? And how much importance is a function of whether it goes on page one or not. Where in page one? Does it go up on top? Does it go up on bottom? Does it get buried somewhere in the middle? It's also a function of length. 2 paragraphs, 3 paragraphs versus 7, 8 paragraphs. Does it go with a picture? If I put a photo in it, then it becomes more important, so on. So if you see, there would typically be about 5 or 6 distinct pieces in a front page and 4 or 5 small tukras strewn around. And the balancing act that we would do would be to use all these levers to show importance between how big is the headline, how big is the story, where is the story, did the story have a picture, all of this. It's kind of like a filtration mechanism and showing what's your priority to convey to the world the next morning. How did it change? I mean, just one of you hazard a guess. That, by the way, that meeting no longer happens. Do you know why? Can somebody just take a guess? Please, just give me one word. Yes, ma'am. Correct. Online is right. Yes. So the thing is, nobody comes to our front page anymore, right? How do you all consume news? Either you are most likely you're finding a link somewhere. It's either come to you through Google Discover, very likely. Um, Slightly less likely is you found it in your Facebook feed, Instagram feed, WhatsApp message, forward, group, whatever, right? And when you get the link, you're not coming to a front page. You're landing on a story, and you're choosing whether you want to land on that story or not. Because when you see the links, you see the headlines, the boring stuff you don't want to click through. Whatever is of interest to you is what you click through and see. And what this means for us is we no longer curate the front page. I mean, we still do for the print paper, but it's only done for the print paper. We don't any longer control what people see on our mastheads if you're not buying our paper, right? This doesn't mean that we've lost control. What it means is we now do a different job, right? We still have to produce all the stories. We still take decisions on how to treat the story, what to do with it. But those the dimensions for the treatment decisions have changed. So if we attach a slideshow to an article, it's more likely to be shown in Google Discover. If we attach a video to an article, it's more likely to be shown in Facebook, and so on. So the levers that we used to use has changed, but we are no longer in direct control of what goes through because there's no front page now. So we are dependent on algorithms. We are dependent on Google Discover picking us up. We are dependent on our content being viral enough that it will get forwarded hundreds of times on WhatsApp, shared on Facebook, shared on Instagram, all of that. So we've lost control there in terms of how we distribute it to platforms. But we still know how to manipulate the platform, so to speak, or manipulate the behavior of the platform, so to speak. And those are the things that we do today. So, and for us to do those things, we can't have one meeting at 6 p.m. No, because our site operates 24/7. So individual editors publishing at those times kind of take their own discretionary decisions around how to treat the story and so on. It's kind of decentralized, kind of broken down, kind of like how AI would give you equal attention. But the flip side to this is, you remember when I was talking about we need equal attention, but we have to be careful what we wish for. Sometimes you might get what you wish for, and in this case, it's a mixed bag. We now have a situation where there are important things that we do that we'd like everybody in this room to read, for example, but only 5 of you are interested in that topic, so the rest of you don't click through. Only the 5 that's interested in that topic clicks through. And there are things that we do because of the compulsions of our business, right? Which is like to have page views. Page views means ads. Ad means revenue. So there are a lot of things. For every one story that we think all of you in this room should read, there are 10 or 15 stories that we do which is meant only for traffic. We actually don't care who reads it. We are not bothered about whether you are in our target segment or not. We just want anybody to click through, have that page rendered so that 6 ads will get shown to you and I'll make money off those 6 ads, right? Now, that is something that we have to worry about when we have distributed attention from the bureaucrats, right? By the way, when I say bureaucrats now, I'm meaning AI systems. I'm not meaning human beings. With human beings, the amount of attention that you can get is defined. 8 hours at work. If you are lucky, somebody will meet you off hours, but most likely you're stuck at 8 hours at work for whoever it is that you want to meet. So also the other part, I spoke about visibility earlier, so that's also something that has changed for us in journalism. Again, just like with AI, in journalism as well, we have two parts to the visibility thing. The first part with the visibility thing is 10, 15 years back, huge store would have been set by the fact that on personalities inside each paper, right? If you were a reader of the Hindu, you would look for pieces that Mr. N. Ram wrote. If you were a fan of the Economic Times, you would look for Swaminathan Anklesari Iyer and so on, right? These were huge personalities. These were editors that had a huge impact on what the paper stood for. It was kind of symbiotic in the sense that the editors took power from the paper and the paper also took power from the editors, right? But if I were to ask you, which is the columnist that you read in the Hindu today, very likely you won't even recall one. Same thing for other papers as well. If I were to say, who is it that you follow, you're very likely to name somebody who is a creator or an influencer in Instagram, Snapchat, whatever, but not from a newspaper. Like I said, the visibility angle has changed in the sense that earlier there was this huge personality driven papers. Now it's no longer that. But on the other hand, it's not like personalities have disappeared from your feed as consumers. You follow personalities. You give huge credibility to individual contributors on YouTube and Snapchat and Insta and so on. So the what happens with visibility, like I said, is a two-edged sword. On the one hand, it's very, very good to have those personalities, to have those colorful people represent your brand, and your brand is influenced by this. Versus today, where in fact today our problem is the opposite. To take a very specific example, Mr. Ram does not have an executive position in our paper. He is in our board of directors and he acts as a shareholder and investor, but he does not have executive responsibilities today in our paper. But if we publish anything that people don't like, they would immediately tag him, right? That's unfair on both the paper and on him. He's getting tagged for something that the paper did, and sometimes the paper will get pilloried, saying you guys are doing all this because of Mr. Ram. No, that's not true. We meet him like once a quarter, right? In the board meeting. That's it. So it's the visibility thing cuts both ways, and which is why I was saying that we have to be careful what we wish for. The next thing, and speaking about visibility, I lead data and analytics for the group. I am also the designated AI officer, which is a very fancy way of saying if anything goes wrong on the AI side of things, pull up Nagraj. That's pretty much it. It's not like I have executive responsibilities over AI, but I do have governance responsibilities over AI. We were the first paper to have a designated AI officer. We were the first paper to have a AI governance policy. We put this out as soon as ChatGPT was released to the public, and this is something we did. Anyway, so my designated AI officer job is like an add-on to my day job. My day job is leading data and analytics for the group. And one of the things that I have seen happen a lot is the dashboard trap. Dashboard trap essentially says that if you measure something, then that becomes the most meaningful thing that everybody will be after. So you have to be very careful about what are the metrics that you define. you have to be very careful about how you communicate those metrics to other people. One of the things that I don't want to repeat what I've said in this, but I can give you an example that happened for us about 3 years back. So 3 years back, my team put in place a system to do SEO headlines using AI. So just to be clear, this is not the headlines that the consumer would see, but these are the headlines that SEO engines would see, like Google would see or Bing would see. And these are headlines that are visible only to those systems. They are not human readable. As a consumer, you will never have visibility into this part of it. So one of the when ChatGPT came, it was announced, and we were doing our first few POCs on how can we use this. One big demand from the journalism side was, hey, doing this SEO is a pain. We would rather work on things that our audience or our readership would see rather than work for what the machines would do. So if we can do an AI model that will take over SEO headlines, that will be great. It will save us some time. It's drudgery, it's grunt work. We don't want to do this, all of that. So we did this. The first day, it wasn't even 24 hours from the time we put it in production, the first day. So roughly around 500 stories had been published using this system, using this system's SEO headlines. And our digital editor demanded that we roll back that deployment, pull it out, and we pulled it out. I'm talking about 2023, Jan or Feb. It went back online. That feature went back online only about a month back again. For more than 2.5 years, we could not use that system. Do you know why? Can you care to guess why? So here's the thing. Human beings, when they do SEO headlines, they get it right about 2/3 of the time. That's 66.67% of the time. 1/3 of the time, they got it wrong, as in it wasn't ideal. The system that we put in place, out of 500 stories, got 2 wrong. 2. I'm not exaggerating. Out of 500 stories, it got 2 wrong. But that's what people saw. They did not realize that when human beings were doing it, we were getting it wrong 2/3. We were getting it wrong 1/3 of the time. But when we got 2 wrong out of 500, now what was the difference? When the human beings were doing it as part of the workflow, there was no dashboard for this. But when we asked AI to do this, we created a dashboard for it. And this dashboard did not have the same metrics that it had for the human editorial workflow. So it just showed up. It just showed up as 2 were wrong. Oh, 2 are wrong. Pull it. Huge cost, huge impact on our credibility. Who will trust us? All of that happened. Nobody asked that question when human beings were making those mistakes, right? But the moment we said AI had this, so just tying this back to visibility, tying this back to transparency, tying this back also to what our expectation should be when we have AI. Now, anybody would have told you that getting 2 wrong out of 500 is a far, far, far better deal than getting 1/3 out of 500 wrong. But that's not what we looked at, because there was no dashboard for it, right? The dashboard only said, you got 2 out of 500 wrong. There was no other context in that dashboard, right? So it's kind of very difficult to navigate this as we do this, because we don't have metrics when human beings did this for a lot of our processes. But with AI, for every process, you're going to have all of these dashboards, all of these metrics, and so on. One example that I wanted to give you about how to define metrics and the tyranny of metrics really is when I used to work in a startup, we we worked with I don't want to name the company, but we worked with one of these cable satellite operators um, on their customer support thing, so data and analytics. And one of the metrics that came up was resolution time and number of the time taken on a call and time to resolution. Um, this is where metrics can sometimes have unintended consequences. So when they put out an incentive plan for this, what would happen is, let's say that the mean time to resolve was 2.5 minutes, right? Um, and these guys brought in this policy that you have to bring that 2.5 minutes down to 2 minutes. Okay, so what they noticed was they had more calls uh, at the 2 minute mark. The number of calls that led to resolution increased, but the number of calls ballooned. That's because if I'm the customer service representative, if I got a call and around the 1 minute 45-second mark, if I knew that I was not going to be able to solve it in 2 minutes, I'll cut the call. Right? You cut the call because I won't be able to meet that benchmark. So the customer will call again, by which time I'll have some solution for it. Or if I'm lucky, that call won't come to me, it will go to somebody else, and somebody else is going to do this. Guess what happened? CSAT scores went for a toss. Obviously, because the customer was calling 3 times, 4 times instead of 1 time. Instead of 1 3-minute call, they had 4 close to 2-minute calls, and they were so pissed off, right? So this is one of the things that the tyranny of metrics kind of teaches us in terms of how metrics could, especially metrics for incentives, could have very, very large unintended consequences. So why am I talking a lot about visibility and transparency and all of this, dashboards, all of this? We have to consider one huge difference in the way our new artificial bureaucrats will deal with us. The biggest change is that you're all, I think majority of you are computer science or related students, which means you know what a refactor means. A refactor is you take a piece of code, um, you make the code better, you deliver the same outcome, but you make the code better, you make it faster, you make it more efficient and all of that. But from the outcome point of view, it's the same outcome, right? You're not bringing in new features and stuff like that. So that's what we need with our bureaucracy as well, meaning that we need a refactor. We need a great refactor. I'm calling it the great refactor. So what's happening with the great refactor? With AI, you're moving from deterministic models or heuristic models to probabilistic models, which means that if you give the AI the same set of data, the same inputs a second time, you may not get the same response. May not. If you're lucky, you could get the same response, but you may not get the same response. And if you wanted to audit it, if you wanted to audit the trail of how the AI got to a particular response, you can't. As in, you will have observability. I'm hoping that all of y'all are uh, familiar with these computer science infrastructure terms. So you will get observability, but you will not get root cause analysis. You cannot do root cause analysis because you can't repeat the same pattern. But you will be able to see what happened the last time. Okay. So what does that mean for us from a day-to-day, as a citizen dealing with government? What does it mean to me on a day-to-day basis? What it means to me on a day-to-day basis is that um, let's take one of those examples where the thing did not get resolved in your first visit. Okay, let's say you want to go 2 or 3 times to resolve that problem. Just imagine, you go, you give this person your whole story. This person says, okay, can you come and see me on Monday? Okay, so I go again on Monday. Typically in AI systems, the machine is not carrying context so long, which means when I go there again, I have to tell him the whole story again. Number one, he may have given me some response today, which is Thursday, that hey, be ready with these documents. But when I go and meet him on Monday, he's going to tell me something else. I may or may not have that document with me. Let's assume I don't, which means I'll go again on Tuesday and I have to repeat the whole story again. And if I'm lucky, he's going to ask me for things that I already have in, right? This, just imagine this happening to lakhs of people on a daily basis, where this is going to lead to, right? So I think we should pay a lot more attention to how the decision making is going to change. The decision making is going to change from something being a rule to something being depends on context, right? And depends on context, while it seems very rational when we talk here, it's not. On a practical basis, on a day-to-day basis, being rational is, having that is not a practical thing to do. Now, what does this probabilistic thing mean? So again, we go back to the physical thing here, which is when you are in front of somebody, you are a human being, the other person is a human being. You make some connection. You perhaps find that both of you share your native place or something like that, right? Some connection. You kind of that person's treating you as a human being, and you are also understanding their uh, problems and their issues and how they might be able to resolve as a human being. But look at what happens with your if that is a machine and that's a probabilistic machine. So what is it doing? It's basically profiling you, right? That's what it does. AI machines, AI systems profile you. It's profiling you on multiple things, and some of those things may not be fair, right? So, for example, and this is true. I live in a neighborhood which is in between KK Nagar on one side, Vadapaini on another side, Virugambakam on another side, and Saligramam on the other side. I live exactly at that road junction. If I walk one block this way, I'm in Vadapaini. If I cross the road, I'm in Saligramam. If I cross the road this way, I'm in Virugambakam. And behind me is KK Nagar, right? I have huge issues every time I want to do a foreign exchange transaction to send money to my son who's studying abroad. Because every time I have to make that transaction, my bank will insist be in a room, nobody should, you shouldn't get interrupted. I must be, whoever is the executive that's coming on the video call must be able to get your geolocation and all that. You know what happens on my geolocation? Every time I go online, by the way, you're not supposed to be on Wi-Fi. You're supposed to be on your mobile. I don't know which tower this stupid mobile is going to latch onto, because my address will say 6000093. My tower will show up at 6000078. It could show up as 93. It could show up as 78. It could show up as whatever Vadapaini is, it could show up as whatever KK Nagar is. And this person, if they are from Chennai and if they read my address, they will know I am in a place like that. But imagine it's not a person and it's a system. The system is going to flag me as potentially a fraud, because every single time that I've called them, if it looks at the history of transactions, every single time I've called them, I'm coming from 4 different pin codes within a very short period of time. So where does this guy actually live, right? So it's profiling badly, it's profiling wrongly, and there is no recourse. Is there a way for me to tell the AI system hey, but this is my situation. This is where I am, which means potentially you could be reading my signals wrong, right? Is there any way for me to represent myself? With a human being, I can, fortunately, but with a system, there is no way I can represent myself to do this. Uh, just take some of the examples that I've already given you, and you can read the slide yourself. I don't want to repeat that. So, what is essentially the point that I'm making is what is probabilistically very high confidence, what is mathematically reasonable, need not be right. Okay, so that is pretty much the point that I wanted to make with this slide. Uh, I just made the point about how do I represent myself to an AI, or how do I represent myself to somebody who's using AI a lot. And one of the biggest things to do is you would have all by now heard of human in the loop, where we say just don't let AI models run wild, have some kind of human oversight. In the Hindu, we follow what we call um, the sandwich rule. So we insist that a human should initiate and a human should publish. The middle part can be AI. We don't say human in the loop somewhere. We say human should initiate and a human should publish. That may not be possible for bureaucracy, certainly not for governance. Requires, then essentially you are basically punishing the human bureaucrats, because everything would have to start with them, and then the AI will work really quickly and give you back a load of results, and then you are responsible for making sure that all those results are implemented. And AI is much faster than we are, so you'll just get overwhelmed in like in 2-3 days, right? So I'm just saying that there are multiple models to this, but we should have a model where we can represent ourselves. We've I've given you enough examples, so I don't want to particularly go into this case study. In the interest of time, I'll just move forward. So I came up with 5 pillars for looking at AI ethics in e-governance. So the first pillar is, I'm saying, is mandatory visibility, meaning make sure that if you have used AI, it says this is AI. And we spoke about this early on in one of my examples. We spoke about metrics. We spoke about the tyranny of metrics. We spoke about unintended consequences of metrics. So I'm basically drawing this line saying that we should look at the mission. We should not look at the metric itself. We spoke about the right to contest as well. This is a very, very important part, which is the state cannot say AI made a mistake and I don't know how to fix it, or AI made a mistake, that's it, you have to live with it. The state cannot say that. The state has to own it, which means just like in the Hindu, there is a designated AI officer. In e-governance, with departments and with organizations, government organizations, you need somebody who will take the responsibility and ownership for how AI does. This is the most important point. This we did not speak about this in any of my examples, but particularly for AI models, particularly for generative AI models drift. You don't. There's no two ways about it. You can't prevent it from drifting. You can't prevent it from going bad over a period of time, simply because of the nature of inputs that we give these systems. So we need definitely an expiry date for a given model. We can't say, oh, this model worked well for us for 5 years, so we are going to run it for another 5 years. No, in 5 years, your model has degraded. You are definitely degraded. In the fifth year, you are probably getting 30-40% less efficiencies than you got from your first year. So definitely a sunset and review clause. And that's that from me. I'm happy to take questions. I'm happy to take questions about AI ethics in general, or if you want to specifically talk about journalism, media, happy to take that too. Yes, please. Um, so this is one of the places where you have to be really careful what you wish for, because like I was saying, and I also had a slide on that. Mathematical fairness or theoretical fairness not equal to right. Okay. I think particularly when it comes to fairness, I think the human judgment is required. One of the biggest things with the human judgment angle is that uh, if you are the plaintiff, if you're the one asking for fairness, uh, you have the ability or the recourse to choose another level of judgment, right? With AI, what happens is on one part, AI may tell you you qualify for this or you don't qualify for this, and if you don't agree with it, for many contexts, if you don't agree with it, number one, you have no recourse. Number two, even if you found a human being who is willing to listen to you even after the AI has done something, that person is now biased against you because the AI already said there's a 99% probability that you should not give this to him, right? So there are things where I think we should have the human component be. We should just leave it.
Yeah, so when we talk about AI, we mostly talk about it as if it's some kind of an omnipotent object being out there. But then it's a human who creates it, and there have been studies in the US and other places that shows that AI can be racist, AI can have gender implications. However, we don't talk about it from the basis of who is creating it, how do their biases seep into it. Like with editorials, these kind of studies have happened. Who is the editor, what's the identity, and how that identity filters out lots of stories and which story gets in. So, how does those human biases of the creator seeps into the AI and the mechanism? I would like to know more about that.
Yeah, super. That's a fabulous question. So there's honestly there's no simple answer, but I can tell you what are the heavy lifting pieces that we need to investigate into, and perhaps a conference like this is the place to actually talk about these things in much more detail, right? So the first thing is we talk about an AI model, not being omnipotent and all that, right? But the fact is, we also talk about it as though human beings sat down and created a model by hand. No, that also is not true. Uh, while we created the model by hand, and you have the ability to tweak the weights and all of that, keep in mind two things. One is the body of knowledge on which it has been trained. That's a huge corpus of knowledge. That's not one human being. That's probably like 2 billion human beings, right? Number one. So kind of a reflection of the majority of us, right? That is part one. Part two is we talk about weights and tuning and all of that, but honestly, nobody really understands how they operate. They are only trying something because it is there to be tweaked. We actually don't know that if we do this tweak, this is how the model will respond 6 months from now. We have no idea. Honestly, we have no idea. Bulk of it actually is a reflection of us wanting to believe we know how to tweak the system. And also, there is also kind of like a confirmation bias, right? If you kind of found out that there is a bias in one system, not only are you taking measures to tweak that system, typically what ends up happening is, because you're not operating in a vacuum, you're talking about this to people, so for all you know, the new corpus of knowledge that is coming into the system is more conservative and not biased to the extent that it was earlier. So it could be a combination of those two factors. Having said all of this, the fact remains, again, I want to stress on this: we don't know how bias happens. We only measure bias and say there is bias. We actually don't know how it happens.
So, good morning, sir. So, we've got a question from the online chat. So, can you give us a real life example of a government AI gone wrong that you've seen recently?
Not a government AI per se, but enough and more examples from for funding, right? From a bank kind of perspective, where just because you have a house in a certain pin code, you are flagged off as potential, um, delinquent and so on. So that happens all the time. In fact, that has been happening for a couple of years now. The banks have been very quietly doing it. It's just that as more and more of us become aware of AI systems and AI applications, we are able to identify that this is happening because of AI. I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty confident that largely government communications around taxes, any GST notices, any income tax notices, most of it's flagged off by AI systems for sure.
Thank you, sir. So, there's another question. So, what's the scariest thing that you've learned about AI governance since starting this project?
Unintended consequences. That is the scariest thing that I've learned about AI governance. You want, so in my role, we made a conscious decision in the Hindu, for example, that AI is not a technical role. Okay, so me being the designated AI officer is partly a function of that also, that we have to look at it from a overall perspective. And I can tell you that even after looking at it from an overall perspective, there are things that we simply don't anticipate, we don't expect, and it just happens. And when it happens, it's such a shock. I'm For now, I've been fortunate in that any such unintended consequences haven't gone out to the public. Like, we've we've identified it in house. I also told you about our sandwich process, right? Human initiates AI, then human publishes. Fortunately, because of that process, we've not had a situation where something went out. But if any of those mistakes that we've seen had gone out, that would have been a huge damage to our reputation, for sure.
So, sir, here's the last question. Is there any government service where you think AI should never be used?
I wouldn't say never be used. I would say there are certain services for sure. For example, the justice system, where you might want to follow the sandwich process. I also think that any government service which requires human judgment at scale, you should not use it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for those insightful views on the role of AI in modern governance. We truly appreciate your time and expertise. I now invite Dr. Papia Gupta to felicitate our guest with a token of appreciation on behalf of the department. We will now be taking a short break for tea. I request everyone to please return to this hall by 12 p.m. sharp for our next session. I repeat, we will now be taking a short break for tea. I request everyone to please return to this hall by 12 p.m. sharp for our next session. Thank you. May I have your attention, please? The QR for our website, Dharma AI, is portrayed on the screen. I repeat, the QR for our website, Dharma AI, is portrayed on the screen. The feedback form for the session 1 is portrayed on the screen. I request everyone to please scan it and fill the feedback. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a pleasant break. We will now continue with our next session. It is a pleasure to welcome Dr. Papia Sengupta, an assistant professor at the Center for Political Studies, JNU, New Delhi. With over 20 years of experience in research and public policy, Dr. Sengupta brings a truly global perspective to our workshop, having held prestigious fellowships at the British Academy, Brown University, and the University of Sheffield. A recipient of the Distinguished Teachers Award, she has an extensive background in training public officials and civil servants on complex regulatory frameworks. Her current work is at the forefront of exploring the societal impact of artificial intelligence in the global south, making her the perfect guide for today's discussion. Dr. Sen Gupta will be addressing a vital question for our theme: AI and trust. Can there be responsible AI? Dr. Sen Gupta, we are honored to have you with us. I now invite you to share your expertise with us.
A very warm good afternoon to all of you, and thanks to SRM and to the team along with Divya and all the students who have been running around for this. Before I start, I'll just like to share that I'll be showing you a PPT, but it's what I'm going to talk about is mostly on the issue of trust and responsible AI, because that is what I thought it's a part of a project, a book which I'm doing. The book is right now in the review stage. It's known as Mannering the Machines. Okay, so I'll start. So one of the questions which intrigued me, very, very this, yeah. So which intrigued me about AI is like you are all from, most of you are from computer engineering, right? Engineering background. I'm from social science. So in 2020, when the NEP was coming, the national education policy, and I was very, very critical about the national education policy. There are certain good things, but I always thought that the way it has been packaged, our society is already very polarized. Students do not have much say in the system, and that is how I ended up, working on my second book, which is on critical sites of inclusion in higher education in India. And that's a sarcasm because I say there are actually no critical sites for inclusion in higher education. So that was why I'm giving you this caveat, is because NEP talks about technology. It talks about as if, we students and humans and scholars are becoming more and more, we have more and more control and choice. But on the contrary, actually, we are losing all, forget about control. That's always I've felt it's a very negative term, but even the matter of the right to choose. And that is how, I thought that in social sciences, students should know about artificial intelligence, what exactly it is. And it took me about 4 years to fight in my department to introduce a course on AI. So I took the maneuverability of NEP's framework rather than just critiquing it, how you can work around it. Because finally, in the class, it's between the teachers and the students until you have the CCTVs in the classrooms and you convey it directly to the students. So I think this talk is going to be more about that how you can push for certain things. Probably you do not control, probably we can't change, but then we should not become hopeless and just go down into melancholy that okay, everything is lost, because it's not. We just have one life. So we are going to go, but the coming generation should not say, oh look, you did not do this and that's why we are suffering. So this is actually something to do with that. Okay, so about what is AI? Probably most of you know about the digital technologies and AI. This is just a slide to show you, how from the digital technology, all technologies, in fact, are shown as tools of efficiency, that they are more efficient than humans, right? So even a safety pin is a tool, right? And most of us know how important it is when we really need it, right? But it's a part of a tool. But then we have the control whether we want to put it or not. With AI and digital technology, when it started, when digital technology really started, most of you, I don't know whether you know about, the Wall Street movement. right? You have heard about the Wall Street movement or the Arab Spring. How social media, Facebook, those days it was earlier Orkut, Facebook, Twitter. Now of course it's X and Meta. But how they could generate people to come and protest, right? So the gathering mechanism, the democracy, or the democratic, kind of how in a very very short time, like you can communicate your views to the people, and that was done through digital technology. So there are three types of AI, and the first one is just artificial intelligence, then generative, and artificial general intelligence. Now, although the world is saying that AGI, that is the last one, is still in the making, and we are going to have some governance mechanisms to control it. The fear and the truth is that we do not have any control on it, and it has already been there. So there we do not know, and when Nagaraj and Air Marshall were talking about, the problem with us in this generation is there is a bombardment of information. So we do not know what to believe and what not to. Before the pandemic, we didn't even know the term fake news, because news was supposed to be authentic. Yes, we were aware that there is censorship, but we did not know anything about fake news. News means news, right? It can be curved, it can be censored, something on pornography, something on a cinema showing very anti-national, anti-government, anti-state. It can be curved, but it wasn't like we were completely unaware. But now we don't even know whether the news is authentic or not. Now I'll stop here and I'll make this presentation later, and I'll now start with what I want to do today, and that is on being humans, right? Because I think that there is this particular question that what are now humans in this age of AI? And has the age of AI already come, or it will just come? It doesn't actually require us to give a green signal, it is there everywhere. Now, I'll start with one of the recent visuals. I don't know how many of you know Visual Capitalist. It's a portal which makes different kind of visuals available free of cost. Okay, so it's an open access. Anybody can access Visual Capitalist, and every day there is a visualization, because they believe that visualizations or visuals speak more than words. On 5th of September, there was a survey on trust on self-driving cars. You know about the self-driving driverless cars, right? And India was on the top of it with 22% trusting great deal on self-driving cars, and 29 out of 100% answered that they trust SDC a lot, while 44 compared to this, 44% Canadians responded they do not trust self-driving cars at all, right? Again, there was another survey a couple of days later where about in India, like there was another thing, that is 75% from India said we are very aware that AI is going to take away our jobs. Right? So they are completely aware and they still trust AI. Okay, while only 36% said responded to the question that whether about the self-driving cars and that they are going to take away our jobs, they said we will not let that happen. Now, this is just a simple thing about between India and Canada, but if you see the data which is coming up, global South countries are actually very pro and very positive. They are very, very optimistic about AI, right? And that was the puzzle which I started with. Why people in countries of global South, in Asia and Africa and Latin America, are so much thinking about AI as opportunity, AI as efficiency, while the global North, the citizens, the people are very apathetic to AI. They are really scared of AI. And why this kind of an optimism and pessimism, even when people in India, which is much more, in the GDP, the poverty index, we are far lagging behind. Why are people so pro to AI or self-driving cars? And that is where I started. So I'll start with two things today. One, and this is going to be more from a social science, political philosophy perspective. I know what you have been hearing, since the morning is more about, the way, it comes up in a daily experience. I want to talk about something much deeper, things like what do we know about, or how do humans understand? What do you mean by trust? Why trust is important, right? Now, so trust and understanding are going to be two concepts. And the third thing I'm going to talk about is ownership of AI. Right? Now, a lot of my students, when I tell them, so I give them this particular, you can say it's like an assignment. We all sit together. We are like a large class, but we divide ourselves into team, and we say that for 1 week, this is an assignment to them. You have to communicate with ChatGPT. Okay, so talk to ChatGPT as you will talk to a friend. Just keep on chatting with ChatGPT about different things of your life and see how ChatGPT is responding. And every day, the same set of questions have to be talked to, right? And see whether ChatGPT hallucinates or not, or what does it say. And this is an interesting exercise for most first year master students. So after a week, we again come every day, they can share their notes among themselves. And then we come back to discuss. And I also do it every time with them. So we talk that, okay, what have you come? And they say that, ChatGPT, after a time, when we ask them very personal questions, it says, look, I'm a system. I do not live the way you live, right? I am not human, but it understands you, right? Now, why I'm saying this is a lot of times, probably it has happened with you. On your phone, you're just thinking, not even speaking. It's not just Siri or Alexa. Most of us are unaware that the system on our mobile phones, the Google system, it listens to everything we say, and we don't know how to switch it off. Okay, so when I was asking my students, do you know how to switch it off? You're all, like I went to my, my engineering students and I said, do you know? They said, no, we were not aware. No, it doesn't listen. It's not. It's a different default setting. We actually, give it permission. Now, this is quite a farcical thing, students, because most of us do not know. You have to actually go back to the settings much deeper. The way the cookies are, it's all bundled up. So why does, and you might be thinking, all Chinese food restaurants on Swiggy are appearing on your, on your mobile, on Google. It's not even you have to speak. So in that sense, then understand that I really thought that AI is scary. So there are two things. One, it's like, efficient. It's really like, it's scientific. It's very technical. But then also remember, science is not neutral. Okay, and that's the underlying factor, that no science, because science is also a human creation, so no human creation can be neutral or bias free. And if humans are biased, science is a biased subject. Okay, nothing is beyond bias. We all are biased, we all have prejudices. It's just the way we are faking it, just like fake news. And at times, because in the society we stay, so we are very polite. That's just a societal aspect. Deep inside, we are very biased. Okay, so these are some of the caveats with which I'm now going to work. Now, when we talk about AI and governance or regulations, who is going to regulate? Most of us are now, I'm talking about the states, are actually following the EU's high level expert group, right? So the EU has an act on AI, and every country somehow or the other is actually following that particular, that particular framework. So there are, you have, and the EU act that talks about it is that they have adopted a position. I'm reading from 2019. It has changed in 2023. It says that AI, is something we can and should trust, right? So I have a problem with the term trust. If it would have said that we can understand, or we should understand, or we try to understand, try to govern, rules, regulations, but it's not something like that. And however, another act, and this particular thing about what the EU talks about requires that all actors and processes that are part of the system's socio-technical context throughout its entire life cycle are trustworthy. Again, another term which I think cannot be ascribed to machines. Trustworthiness is very human. It is not that certain emotions, you can be affective, you can be very possessive about your mobile phone, not that you are madly in love with the mobile phone. You are scared, if I get it, it gets lost, all your information is lost. Or probably you have been chatting with somebody with your boyfriend, or something very secret, something very confidential, that might go. You are not all, or probably because you have to buy another phone, right? So what happens then is this mobile phone in our pocket is surveillance, and we carry it everywhere, right? The first thing you get up in the morning and do is, yeah, right? You go to your toilets with this without knowing that a lot of time the camera is actually there seeing you, right? And in this kind of a system where humans, or probably most of us, are pretty innocent and naive that what this mobile phone is capable of, because we don't think that until and unless you take a selfie, it will be clicking pictures. But the way it is bundled in the SEOs, that is all the search engines, it actually captures, right? So from that perspective, then we do not trust the mobile. It is just something like a necessary evil. We just have to have it because all our banking, all our admission, hospital admissions, all our communication, our studies, our education, our books, entertainment, photographs, everything is there in our hand, right? And that is where the important thing about what is trust comes in. Okay, and if you don't understand something, just raise your arms and like just stop me. Okay, I'll be very happy to explain, because probably it's like just my reading, right? So just get up and ask. So what happens is, like, what is AI then? It's a technology that demonstrates levels of independent intelligence from humans. But its very definition that it is an intelligence that is differentiated from natural intelligence, that it is constructed, it is artificial, it's a machine. But what is happening, and we have seen this, that specifically, Gen Z, a lot of like there have been cases in IITs, where people commit suicide because they think of the AI, and they are chatting with the AI for their own emotional problems or mental health. And then there are instances when ChatGPT says, end your life. It's as simple as that. And you're not in a mental state to really think at that time, because you are so much dependent. You don't want to share it with a friend because of confidence and trust issues, but you trust the machine, right? So, trust, then, what exactly is trust? Trust, and this is coming from political philosophy, is one of the most foundational attitudes or activities within human interaction. And without it, life becomes fearful, probably unlivable. So we have to trust something. And the placement of trust is sometimes and often requires the belief that there is trustworthiness. So this is like synonymous. Trust, and the person you trust is trustworthy. It is not always a machine that you trust, or you do not trust a material. You trust humans, right? So if you are driving, let's say, a very good car, a very posh, very high-tech scientific car, right? It gives you prestige. It gives you a kind of a feeling of class in the society, right? And you probably also trust the machinery because it's very high tech. But behind that, if you are there is behind the wheels, if there is no human, how do you actually think a self-driving car happens? Or have you ever heard that the self-driving car actually went on killing about 3 individuals in Canada and 4 in US? And still, when the company was sued, the company said, look, there was, a human sitting next to the driver's chair and the driver's seat. And what the person did was that, it's like a trial. So you keep on driving at 12 in night, and it's mostly the night time. And what happened? So this was a lady, there was a sale. So she went to Costco, she bought stuff, put it all on her, carry bag, and she was driving, and she didn't see the light because it was like 1 o'clock at night. She just said, okay, there is my parking, I'll just park. And she was killed. So what this company is saying, that it is the fault of the human because she crossed, or she actually did not obey the red light. But at night, that there are blinkers. It's not always a red light. So no, the company is not getting sued. That is the position, because it's not the human who committed the mistake or who committed the accident. So the onus is now on the victim. Most of the laws are like that. So even in a rape law, the woman who is raped has to provide all evidence that she was raped. Okay, so the onus is always on the victim. And with AI, it is not only that the onus is on the victim, in this case, the woman is dead, but then who killed? It's a machine. And machines are not answerable. Machines are not individuals, they don't go by rights and laws, right? So the company cannot be always, and I'm saying that there's still a huge legal battle going on. Who is responsible? Another important notion of trust is, for example, with healthcare. When you go to a doctor and you are actually putting your trust in the doctor when you tell the doctor about your health issues, or let's say about something about sexual health, right? You are really talking to a doctor with the notion that the doctor is not going to tell that to somebody. You are an adult individual. It happens across across sex, across genders. When you go to a doctor, you are supposed to be completely honest with the doctor, right? And then the doctor might prescribe different kinds of tests. So you do not, it's like when you put your trust into a particular action, it's like a confidence. You have the confidence to speak in front of the doctor, which you might not have the same confidence to speak in front of your family, right? And that's why a lot of people, or a lot of us, go for therapies. Otherwise, if you have a family, why you need a therapist, right? It's because you are not always free to express yourself, right? And in these aspects, healthcare, governance, and governance is a much larger term. What is it that you actually think the doctor, just by being a doctor, is trustworthy, right? Because he or she or they are doctors, right? And then you don't trust all doctors equally. But as you keep on going to different doctors, you then understand that, okay, this one is better because this one cured me or healed me, or at least listened to me. It's not always the medicines the doctor gives. It's about how you talk, and how it's about a public relation, how the doctor is listening. What if you go to the doctor and tell you, okay, this is my issue, and doctor said, okay, just take it, and just shoves you off? You don't like to go to that kind of a doctor or a teacher. You want to go to somebody who will listen to you, right? And that listening is an art. It's an act of trust. It's also an act and an art of pastoral care, that somebody is there with whom you can go talk to. That person might not be able to, or probably should not judge you, right? Or your character. It's just that you are, that person is a professional to treat you. So in that sense, then being trustworthy is basically somebody who is worthy of trust. Whether or not we trust them fully is another question, right? And it might go in circles. I don't know whether you are getting it or not, but if you're not, just because you don't trust everybody equally. So some friends are just friends, not best friends. Some friends are good to go to a pub or a party, dance out, right? Some friends are there when you really need, you want to just talk to that friend because that friend will have your back, or it can be anybody else. So trust has different levels, right? Now, what happens when you talk about trust in this sense of AI? Now, there are three kinds of trust. One is interpersonal trust, the one I was talking about, that you with your friends, with your family. There is another, what is known as rational trust, which is something like competence, vulnerability. You are vulnerable, or you are overconfidence. There is an affective trust, which is more emotional. So there are different levels. Or that this person is not going to betray me, right? So there are different levels of trust. And why then we are, why should we trust AI, or should we not trust AI? Now, every time a new technology comes up, it is, remember, it is celebrated too much as it's revolutionary, it's path breaking, but there is also an anguish. So when atom bombs came, we know that the goods, and there are pros to atom bombs, and it can actually create havoc, right? And when we talk about, I don't know how many of you have heard about the Nuremberg Code. Anybody here have heard about the Nuremberg Code? So the Nuremberg was the trial of the Nazis, right, in the mid 40s. And what happened after that? the international community got together to have something known as Nuremberg Code. It's a code, it's an ethical code that science and ownership by the capitalist does not start working against humans, right? We have had such codes after the Nuremberg also, right? And in fact, the Geneva Convention talks more about human rights, but these are codes where ethical practices of any scientific invention comes up. That when a scientist is inventing something, most of the time the scientist does not know what it's going to happen, right? And it's only with trial and error that some substantive thing can be said. But then how does it impact humans? It is there in medical science when we do about trials, like for example the COVID vaccine. I don't know how many, again, the Ebola vaccine, they were tried in Kenya without the individuals ever knowing that they are undergoing trials. Again, it is a very gender thing because most of it happens in global south to women, right? And women's bodies. You know about eugenics? That how humans breed, right? So it started in Scandinavia, even before US, and they have this kind of a pattern, which was again after nearly 20 years used by fascist Nazi Germany. That the person has to have blue eyes, this kind of hair, this is the feature, and this is the Aryan, right? So who is going to have the woman, or an Aryan woman or a German woman, not a Jew woman? She has to have intercourse with a man like that. There are separate classrooms for Jews, for disabled, for people who are mentally unstable or normal. And I have really doubts about questioning who decides what is normal. Right? Now, these are questions which came up in Sweden for the very first time. Then it came in US. That's why you did not have intermixed or black and white marriages. They were declared illegal, right? And it came up in Germany. It is also happening now. It happens in our society in the name of caste system, religion, right? So you are getting polluted. But the question is that we all are polluted. There is no purity. Humans have always been going from one place. We are all migrants. Nobody is in that sense that I belong to this place. You can just go back to the history and see, and if you ever do, which I did, of course, in India, DNA test, it takes a long legal procedure. But if you go to a European country, you just spit on a sheet, and you can get your DNA. And you'll be surprised that when I did a class with students in Sheffield, and we were a group of 20, somebody said, I am a German. My entire heritage lineage is Germany. Okay, I can name 7 generations. And it's a very simple test. So the results come within 1 hour. And when the result came, it was said that 80% of that person's ancestry is from Iran, not Germany. And this was a person who was very anti-Islam. Okay, so and this is science, right? It's the entire genome project where we keep on talking about human genome because we believe more in science and less in fiction and myths, which is probably the correct way. But science is also dictated by politics. Science is not neutral, right? And that is a very fundamental thing when we want to understand biases and AI. Now, there was a project of AI, and this is 2001 US, when what happened, even children who were not born, they were classified that children born to these parents will have 90% chances of becoming a defaulter in tax. They might become rapists, and it was all done. It was what we were just talking about, profiling, right? And so what happened when this profiling was done, there was a 14-year-old girl who was getting very late to go to her class, and this is all documented. So she was getting very late to go to her class, so she picked up a bicycle in the neighborhood and cycled to her classroom, right? And she was sentenced to 14 months in jail on charges of felony, on charges of stealing, because of the profiling of her parents and of profiling of her. And in the same neighborhood, there was a white man, okay, who was patent sexual assaulter, was not declared a felon or, because he's white. So, and this is happening through the profiling of machines because we forget that there are humans behind the machines. Can you probably, I don't know. It's coming? Yeah. So what are then the risks of AI, right? And here I'm just going to elaborate a little bit on all of them. The first is AI risk. The way it has come up in today's geopolitics is where you have President Trump playing havoc with tariffs, right? He's playing tariffs. Okay, he wants Venezuela, he wants Greenland, and I don't know, probably also he's already attacked Syria and Nigeria. He wants whatever he wants. It's something exactly what had actually happened in 1412. Again, go back to the history, probably you haven't done. What used to happen? The Vatican Roman Church, how was a country divided between colonial parts of Europe? Europe decided there should be no war in Europe. So even there was 100 years war between France and England, and only 10 people were killed. They always have this policy of war outside Europe. Europeans are not going to suffer. So their history is documented, their history is all written, and they do not suffer. How this happened, I'll just give you a small story and I'll come to AI risk, how it happens. So there was this fight between the Spanish and the Portuguese that as to who has landed first in Brazil, right? And they knew that it's a very rich mineral place. That much they knew, and they were fighting. So who do they go to? They went to the Vatican Pope, and what the Pope did, took a map, blindfolded himself, and just put a pen. So, and the way it's tracked, so Brazil, you have Portuguese, the rest of South America is Spanish. Okay, so it is a Spanish empire, while even today, in all this sham about post colonial decolonialism, Brazil, the official language is Portuguese, and the rest of South America, it's Spanish. That is exactly how things happen when people are in power, and they do not treat other countries and other states, the humans living in those states, as humans, because they don't matter. It is just the kind of zeal of extractivism, of hunger, of more and more profit, and that is what matters. The colonial powers just came and colonized us. Nobody thought about asking common humans what they wanted, right? And it has taken a very long time for us to at least even have the right to vote. And with now, with the SIR, again, I don't know, probably you people know, it's happening in Tamil Nadu, right? 58 people have become, they do not have the right to vote now. Of course, they are going to have some welfare mechanism. So they will become what is known as freebies. These are people who are not from our country. They came from elsewhere. We are giving them freebies. But what happens when it happens to the entire country? It's going to be more than 2.5 crore humans becoming stateless in the country. They, not only they're even their parents, their grandparents were born, right? So why I gave you this example is what power can actually do and where we become powerless. So this entire caveat when we talk about human rights, remember, it's not just on paper. People have fought and died. It did not come easy. When we talk about right to vote for women, it did not come easy. When we talk about the medical termination of pregnancy, which is still there for I think more than 20 weeks, and the woman's body, the woman does not have a right to abort the child. She still needs a signature of a guardian, be it the man, her father, or somebody who is a man. You go for your PAN cards, you need a man's name on your card. I had to fight 17 years to have a passport in my daughter's name without a man's name. So it's not easy. So don't think that okay, it doesn't bother us now, so forget about it, right? Okay, now I'm coming from that risk to the AI risk. In terms of AI, it's exactly something very similar happening. Global South countries are competing each other with, for the attention of Mr. Musk, of, Altman, so that they can come and start their data centers in our countries. And we have cheap labor. Okay, so we are really, really competing. We are not really talking about AI risk. All over the news, we are right now in February, it's all AI summit. India is it's actually hosting the AI summit for the 4th time. And we are a party to the Paris Convention and the Bletchley Declaration. And what they keep on talking about is more what is on the paper. They are actually, it's not in practice, because laws are taking a much long time. And I don't really trust, of course, laws are very important, but laws are not going to keep pace with AI, right? So by the time a law is passed and you will have a law, AI is going to supersede the law. So it's not going to be an easy thing, and that is why AI and risks of AI is very, very important to talk about. So what do we do about this risk? First is about international collaboration. People are talking about international collaboration, but again, with different countries at different bargaining power. Remember, it's not a it's not equal, so you cannot really bargain. So the G20, the G7, you cannot bargain equally. People are also talking about responsibility, but very few times, in fact, in the Bletchley, and I was a party to the Bletchley, I sat there on 23rd of October 2023, sitting there and listening to what the country's spokesperson were. They all came down and colluded to the notion of responsible AI but not safe AI, because the moment you say safety, that means human individuals, citizens, you have to be a citizen, and in some cases humans, to sue a particular country or a company, that this is my safety, this is my body. And a lot of times we do not realize we can actually fight for somebody else, not even if it does not happen. And that is why all the countries, including United Kingdom, United States of America, United States never signed the Bletchley, although it was one of the promoters. And this is pet with United States of America. They never signed the Kyoto Protocol. They do not sign the COP. So they do not become signatories. They become the funders. And then what happens is that they come to responsible AI, that we will be responsible. We are state government, so we are going to be responsible. Again, a big question mark about responsibility. How responsible are states? The third is about ownership and copyright. Ownership and copyright, why it is important? And I'm seeing it again and again with students. A lot of students nowadays, they don't want to, you just come to know, okay, tomorrow or probably after 15 days, you have to give an assignment. You don't want to sit with the assignment for 15 days. Who wants to go to the libraries? Everything is there on your mobile, right? So you want to start with the assignment a day before, put everything, the question on ChatGPT. ChatGPT comes up, right? You put the question, ChatGPT gives you a very sophisticated English, and English is not your mother tongue. So you are like lured by the English which comes up. And then you're smart enough, because we are humans. So we don't copy paste everything. We tweak it a little, right? We tweak it a little so that we can fool the professor. And we just send it to the professor that, look, and you can get grades. But what happens? Probably you will get an A also if the professor is, and even if the professor put it on, something like, different bots to see whether it's human written and AI written, it's not always, it's not completely true, right? So what happens to copyright? Have you ever thought, if you are writing a paper for a journal or an article, right? And you put these prompts, or at times a lot of my students put the entire question, कि ये लिख दो, write a research paper. Please, we don't want to write a research paper. Enough. Or, this is not my interest. Even with all good intentions, AI writes a paper, right? Most of you do not even back check. You don't check whether this particular quote is actually Aristotle's or probably somebody else has written. No, we don't have time to do all that, right? What happens if it is a journal article which you want to publish? The journal, when you send it to a journal, they put a huge question mark of plagiarism. And even before you know it, you are okay. And even before you know it, you are blacklisted in the Web of Science. And this has happened to most people in Global South, because we do not, yeah, can you listen to me? Can you hear me? Yeah, then it's fine. Because we do not know what is the reach of the technology. We also, the ChatGPT, which, yeah, okay. So the ChatGPT, which we use, is free of cost, because we are again going after freebies. We cannot subscribe. We don't have the amount and the revenues to do it. So what happens is data, that is our data, which probably, at least the question is a brainchild of your teacher. Okay, he or she or they might not have copied it from somewhere, right? So they think, they teach, and they come up with a question. Now when you write an answer, even for some student who has written the answer on themselves or with themselves, and they want to publish it, it becomes plagiarized. So be very careful, because once you are blacklisted, probably you won't be rusticated from SRM, but you will never be accepted in a Q1 publication because you are plagiarized. Okay, so what happens, what is known as, this is known as algorithmic colonialism. And it's colonialism because it's our data, it's public data. Public puts it with their own consent because we want quick fixes. So we put ourselves, nobody actually sits on your head and tells you do this. Like, and this is again, I don't know how many of you even hear or read the news. Supreme Court is actually going through this turmoil. It's been happening last 2 days. Supreme Court is, there is a particular case on WhatsApp, and WhatsApp actually talks about it, that we seek consent from people, right? They consent. How many of you ever read all those thin lines, fine lines? When we want it, we want it. We just put all clicks, agree. That's it. You don't read, right? And most of the time, you're giving up your own right to your own data, to you, and not only your data. Probably this has, let's say, the pathological test of your parents. They know every damn thing about you. Not only you, your entire family, going back and also going forth. They also at times know the way, if you have seen social network, they know whom you are going to click, when you are going to click, with whom the algorithmics are going to match you in your dating site. So we just give our consent without even valuing consent, because we don't value privacy, most of us, I'm saying, because we just want that very quickly. So what happens, it leads to algorithmic colonialism. We give our data, and then when we want to get something from, because right now ChatGPT is free in the unsubscribed form, and you will see, if you have seen a ChatGPT version free and ChatGPT 4 version subscription, it's a huge stark difference. Similarly with DeepSeek, because these are the only two which I use every day just to understand how this chat gpt is working. And if you do it and you ask for your own paper, it will say you pay for it and then you get the data. Okay, earlier also, now you might, I don't know how many again know about the publication scene. When we give a written article for publication, open access is again a big scam, because global south countries do not pay. We cannot pay 2 lakh rupees for one article to become open access. So in any ways, knowledge which comes from global south is always in the periphery. Okay, if you have a collaboration with a global north country, most global north countries are much better in funding education and finances, so they come to India and they do research with, along with a collaboration. They hire students, they pay 60,000 for research, and and we are like jumping because we want 60,000, right? We cannot, an RA for ICSSR probably is 30,000, 35, but they pay you 60, 65, and we all need that money. But we forget, and I'm not saying that's unethical, of course we all need, jobs are important, right? And they are very scarce. But what happens when finally the authorship comes? The global north person is the first author. So even if you are in the loop, most of the time you might be acknowledged in a thin line, just exactly like the question of consent, where you just take your name will be there, that this was an RA, who helped me, but you are never the author. And then they say that, look, global south are consumers, they consume the knowledge which global north produces. Are you getting it? So it's completely, it's not at all a level playing field. And that is why ownership and copyright are very critical. So please be careful of what you are putting into the chat GPT, what you put into your social media and in WhatsApp, because you have already given consent to everything. You allow your location, you allow your photographs, you allow your videos, you allow much more. It's so bundled and layered that you don't know. Okay, so there is this question of ownership and of copyrights. The fourth one is about risk biases. Who is at risk? Why do you think that when you go to a, let's say, in a flight, in an international flight, how many of you have ever applied for a Schengen visa? Did you get it? What was the process? Have you been to a European country? Have you ever felt, not all, you have to really keep an eye how it works, right? So let's say you want to go for a conference for 5 days. again, depending on which country you're applying to, Germany might give you a little bit more, Switzerland, Italy, Hungary, not at all. So there are these kind of, different layers of the countries. But the moment you are from Global South, they ask for tremendous amount of documents. They will, if it's for 2 days, they will give you 5 days visa. That's it. But it's not as if we are paying less amount in the visa, right? We are paying the same amount as, let's say, anybody else in the world is going to pay. So why I'm talking about this visa is that the risk which individuals from the Global South have, there is a perception. Humans are pretty prejudiced, and this technology is made by humans. So don't think that if you cannot trust a human, that you can trust AI. AI is efficient, but not trustworthy. Okay, humans, yes, I'm not denying that, humans are completely trustworthy, and because we get ditched, right, we are betrayed by other humans. But we are also, we have this temptation to understand that science is pretty bias free. Some places, yes, but not every place. This is also science, that the way, and science, technology, everything is completely partial, because finally it is humans who have produced it. But at least if you go to a doctor, irrespective of your caste, a lot of times the doctor treats like you go to a private OPD and then you go to a OPD. There's a stark difference, right? And even in the private OPD, there is a stark difference about caste and gender. A lot of times, if you have ever gone, if you get a chance, go to the labor room and see how women are treated before they deliver. So if they cry, they shout, they are at times slapped. Okay, so these are things which happen, but the same thing with a man does not happen. A man is not slapped. There might be slurs for a man, but the woman will be having the labor pain, will be slapped. And this is it's not something that doesn't happen. It happens very much here, right? So what I'm saying, that the risk and the biases for the people of Global South as well as Global North, I'm not denying that they are not at risk, but the intensity, the degree is much more, because we inadvertently give it. This was another thing which I felt when I went to Europe and I stayed there for a long time. People do not have so many iPhones. People in US and Canada are all with iPhones. But here in India, everybody's on an iPhone, right? So it's like I-15, then you go for an I-16, then you go for a 17, 20, 25, because it's a prestige thing. It gives you a class, it gives you an edge. All my boy students say, you have a mobile which is an iPhone, the girls really like it. It's like a bullet, right? It's like an Enfield bullet you have, right? You're a macho. Means I never thought that a phone can make somebody macho. Probably then I just tell them that, my standards are pretty high. I would actually see a physical man and what it is here rather than the phone, because this is completely fake. It's a performance, right? So understand these things, with the kind of risks which you are going to fall on. Then there is this question of governance. Now, all of you have an Aadhaar, right? Even for SRM admission, Aadhaar. Then you have a DigiLocker, right? Then for DigiYatra. And it makes, life so uncomplicated. Because with the DigiYatra, you just show your face, it's facial recognition, you just enter, you don't have to stand in a queue. Essentially, technology is, or science is supposed to make human labor easy, life easier for humans. That is the definition of science. Okay, and it is not, technology of course is just a tool, but the way we are getting this AI being promoted as if AI is a substitute for humans, and that is where the question of ethicality comes up, the question of risk comes up, that why don't the governments talk about risk, why don't the government why are they just promoting it as a big thing? It's something, it's like one size fit all and it will solve all your issues, right? What happens, if an 80-year-old, and this has happened when we did field work. So this lady is 82. She is eligible for a old age senior citizen pension, right? Now the government person came, she gave her biometric, not matching, facial, not matching, because the photo was taken when she was 50, now she's 80, right? And the government official of all people is completely helpless because it's all in the app. He cannot put it and say, no, this lady is alive and I have to pay her 1,000 rupees, which is there in his hand, but he cannot pay. And this happened repeatedly for about 7 times. Finally, the woman died. without claiming. And then government says, oh, these are just, hiccups, initial hiccups, teething problems. So this is not how governance is supposed to be working. For some of us during the pandemic, we all shifted to online. What happens to people who cannot do it online? Are their lives, of course, I know their lives are less valued. 1,000 people dying in India is not a big deal, right? One politician dying is equivalent to something at times I feel more than 25,000 people dying in India, right? Again, depends what is the class, what is the religion, what is the economic status, caste status of that individual. Otherwise, people die. You kill people, doesn't make a difference. So in this kind of a circumstances and the context, if you keep on talking about AI as mantra for everything, I really have issues that AI might actually aggravate issues of governance rather than like the way it is coming up, that it's superb, everything is going to be hunky dory. So I think my entire intention was today to tell you people, please take it with a pinch of salt. Don't just accept and say yes to everything without at least knowing something about it. Thank you so much. Yeah, if anybody has a question, I did not show all the things about the PPT. So if you want to see, I can, because I know I have just time till 1, wanted to end it up. But if you want to see it, you can, and I can share it with you people. So I can show you how. And also another thing is about, another aspect is about data labeling, okay, which is happening in global south countries. And I don't know, have you ever been to a data label factory? Okay, so you are paid about, and these are Indian students in the name of internship. You are paid 100 a day, okay, and you cannot take your mobile phone. You cannot even, so there is no appointment letter. There is no company's name that you are working with, right? And you only have toilet breaks and food breaks, right? Which are like, and they keep on, what is known as, they keep on monitoring your movements, right? So if you have a project, your essential work is that there are multiple languages in India. Okay, so the AI, the model, the machine is fed on English. It cannot understand what are so at least in US and other like European countries, people can still sue Facebook or Meta or X, okay, for some slurs being used. So if it is now in Hindi or in Tamil, or a mixture of Hindi and Tamil with lots of at the rate and hashtag, the machine gets very confused. But humans know, and machine does not know the language. Humans know the language. So humans label each and every word, right? And these are very young boys and girls, and it's actually happening nowadays even in rural places. Okay, school kids are taken up, so they are paid something like 8,000 a month, which is a substantial amount for them, because they want that money. It's also happening with rural housewives. So the companies give you connection and everything, but you have to sit here day to night. You cannot say anybody which company, because you don't know which company you're working for. So it's all ghosted. It's a ghost company, right? So there are humans behind the machine who are working, and it's mostly in Uganda, in Kenya, and India, where they have these kind of like what is known as data labeling centers. Another thing is about the environmental cost of these data centers, the amount of water they use. Okay, in Alaska there is a case that the amount of water the Google data center is using is equivalent to the entire population of Alaska using it for 5 years, right? And this is like 1 week to 5 years. So there are multiple issues about AI which probably we know, probably we think we can't control, so why even go there, right? So I'm just trying to tell you to at least think a little bit more critically about AI. Yeah, any questions you have, or any comments or criticism or anything like that, please feel free. Yeah. I think probably this is, just check it out. Okay. And can you please give your name?
Yeah, okay, ma'am.
Our identity with the name. I'm not talking about your caste and etc., but the
Okay,
name
okay.
at least. Yes.
Okay. I'm R. Vetriselvan, research scholar of political science in VIT Vellore. My research is in AI and elections in India. Yeah, during 2024 Indian general election, relying mostly on AI. More deepfake videos, photos, memes are changing voters' behavior. And then my question is, labeling of AI generated content will reduce the conflict between people and party leaders or not? And then is there any way to reduce the AI disputes?
Okay. So about the labeling
Yeah,
thing.
labeling.
Yeah. See, the labeling thing is, I think, very critical, right? Most of the time in India, at least, I'm seeing, and also in global South, because the laws are so laxed, so the companies can just get away. Why do you think we are always in the back office is always in Southeast Asia, or even for big companies? Why? Because we are attracting. So when we say that ease of business, what does that mean? The taxation, you're not going to be taxed so much, and secondly, legally you are not going to be accountable to our citizens so much because your headquarters is in US, right? So when you talk about labeling, remember that it is very fundamental that something is labeled, right? Even this election, this 2025 elections, after a lot of hulabu, election commission finally came up with this, but it's like when saw it in the press bureau, it's like one paragraph, right? And it doesn't actually talk much. It doesn't actually hold them responsible. They say that it's ethical, that you put it up. But again, why? Means who is accountable? You don't say that. You say that you have soft laws, right? And these are not laws. These are actually guidelines. Guidelines are very different than legal procedures. There's a difference between a policy, a guideline, a safeguard, and a law, right? So these are not laws. So what happens is, you don't label, you probably pay some money here and there and you're gone. Now to answer your second question about disputes of AI, very, very difficult. Very difficult, because AI right now is a monopolized industry. Okay, so you have about just around 5 major companies, where Mr. Musk's is, of course, including all these 4, what the resources and the revenue is, Musk is actually much far over that, right? So these are just 5 companies who own the AI, right? Now when you have the monopoly, right, and everybody, so there is so much huge demand. Every state wants, like, we are putting a red carpet, please come open up your data centers in India. We have so many people who are jobless, they will just do your work, come on. And we will at least have a face saving grace that, okay, AI is generating employment. We are not talking about the jobs which are going to be taken away, but we are talking about employment is not just getting 8,000 rupees, but we are talking about people who are not even getting 5,000, right? So it's okay, right? Now when you do this kind, so what the market is very unequal. The ownership of AI is not with the states, right? States, howsoever terrible Mr. Trump is, or howsoever terrible any government official is, remember, even a dictator, most of the time, if it's not a military coup, is elected through an election, right? So for some face saving, after every 4 or 5 years, you at least have to face the public. But Elon Musk doesn't have to face the public, right? They don't face. So what is happening is the ownership is not in the public sector, but the data is generated in the public sector. We are the data generators without having any right to our own data. So, and even if you see the Puttaswamy case, the privacy one, where a right to privacy was discussed as Article 21, right? Right to life. It's so important. But if you see in real practice, if you just go to ILI, it's Indian Law Institute, all the Supreme Court, trials are there. If you just read it, you will see how difficult it is. What is privacy? In India, privacy is a luxury. To have a room of your own, to have a bed of your own is a luxury, right? So the society is like, what is privacy, right? And it is reflected a lot of times in the judiciary also. It's very difficult. So that particular question, I think only through some kind of civil society movement it's going to happen, which has happened in Europe. Because the same site, for example, if you open, let's say, Facebook, and you're the first time user, you're logging in, you're registering yourself, the page is very different in Europe and in India. In India, it only asks, the cookies are like always ticked, right? And then they say strictly important, or strictly, which are necessary cookies. Then they say functional, then performance, and advertisement. These are the 4 which I have seen in most of the sites. Same site, you open, sit in England and open. you will have to take at least 2 to 3 minutes to untick each box because the entire bundle comes up. That between the performance, there are 153 vendors, right? We never get to see that. So, Global South, in that sense, it's not just that we are naive and we are innocent, but that information is not given to us. And our governments and our states are not really arguing that forcefully. They are, in fact, calling them that, look, we have data because data is the new oil. So come on, we are open to it. Come, take it. And our citizens are not aware of their rights. So forget about that. Okay? Yeah.
Thanks, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am. Sorry, good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Shri. I'm a second year BTech student. So, ma'am, my question was the positive light in which AI is being marketed in our country and the promotion and the prospect of us being a good, bringing all these countries in and opening data centers or employment, generating employment is, can it be the reason behind this? Can it be the lack of rules or laws that are there in AI governance in our country or the global south?
See, if you looked at, I've done this comparative study of 17 countries in Global South, right? So, first and foremost, Global South countries still do not have a law. We are still drafting laws and we keep on having discussions which we are unaware. Some of it is there in the METI website, and you can see the draft AI bill. 6 years has happened, nothing has come. Why? Because Global South, and I can understand even if I'm very fair and to the Global South perspective, they know that AI is like arms race. It's a race out there, right? If you don't compete, you are going to be left behind, right? And probably, they see it as prosperity, bringing these companies in. So one of the reasons why you don't have data centers in Scandinavia or data centers in Europe, but data centers are there in some of the states in America, again, mostly the red states, and in Global South, is because the countries are very laxed with laws. And what we have is soft regulations, right, which can be bypassed. So even in this WhatsApp, this entire thing which is right now going, it's subjudiced. What essentially the judiciary is saying that, WhatsApp has monopoly. So you don't have a choice from that you will come out of WhatsApp. And then it's like what I say, the human greed, right? Because WhatsApp is free. Right, you think everything you get free is without a cost, but there is a human cost. It's not free. It moves with you wherever you go. It knows when you go, to whom you meet, right? To whom you talk, to which people you put a like, and to which you don't. It actually is something sitting inside your head. So it's not free, guys. You are giving up your own right to your body, and it is going to happen, and it has started happening in big private company, private healthcares, right? They know everything about with whom you have slept, not just by scanning your body, by scanning your phone, right? And phone is linked to Aadhaar. It's linked to your bank accounts, right? So even that kind of the liberty to have your own body, I want to sleep with whosoever I want to sleep, that choice is going to go. And there is a eugenics to it, because who, like, I don't know, again, in in Nazi Germany, there was this, who you are going to marry is just going to be decided by the state, not even your family, right? And if you don't, specifically why I'm talking about women, because women wombs are more important. It's not the whole women as an individual. Women are not treated as individual. They are basically the mothers of a nation. The motherhood factor is one of the most critical, right? So when you say that AI is being promoted and we are looking at it, yes, definitely Global South, every country of Global South, I haven't seen a single country in Global South having a very strong AI law. They have policies which are also very lucid and in draft stage, right? But why they want to do it? Come do all the trials on us. Do you know about in Ebola, in HIV/AIDS? Who were the humans who were tried upon? Not the West, not Global North. It was all Global South, right? Very similar things are happening without us knowing. Okay. Thank you so much. Anybody else? Yeah.
Ma'am, actually, people tell that AI is unbiased, ma'am, but it actually the we are the ones we create the AI, ma'am. So the data we put in the AI is actually based on us. So what do you think about we create the AI? So there will be some modifications in the AI itself. So like that, it's supposed the same party in every time, every elections like that. What do you think of that? Or it
Okay,
can be racist or
okay,
sexist like
okay,
that.
yeah, I didn't understand the every party bit, but yes, about AI being racist and sexist because humans are. Look, I will still say that one very critical thing, again, this is a chapter in working, is that humans die. Death is the ultimate truth for humans, right? Mortality. We are all not immortal. Probably Mr. Musk wants to be immortal with a chip in his head and might become a cyborg soon, but we are not. So we have a lifespan, and all of us humans in that lifespan want certain things. So when you say about biases, yes, humans are biased, and I'm taking that, but humans can also be unbiased. It would not have been possible that all for example all feminist movements, or if you go to an LGBTQIA plus plus pride parade, everybody in that pride parade is not an LGBTQI, right? They are allies, right? They are supporters, they are sympathizers, and what are they sympathizing with is that your body, your right, right? So when you say that AI is biased and humans are also biased, so kya farak padta hai? Why means everybody is biased, so let's have this. The problem is that at least humans have the potential, the capacity to be unbiased, right? You can justify, talk to the humans, you can point out to a human, you can pick up a human. So the identity factor, the visibility factor is very important. You know that this is happening. But with AI, you have absolutely no, and when you don't have laws, then where are you going to? Where is the resort? Even with laws in India, it's like, you are killed on the road, and it might land up, you might be fighting a case that, some of your loved one or your friend died in an accident, and it might go on for 19, 20 years because, the person who was behind the wheels is a much rich person. So even in very simple cases, laws in India are very, very lax. So if you're talking about AI, I would say that the humans still have the potential to be better, right? And better in the sense of not only productivity, but better in the sense of a civic sense, which AI will not, right? They are affective. So you might say emotions are terrible, but at least because they know they are going to die, right? That is still the fundamental truth. AI is not accountable, not responsible. Okay. Yeah, Rishi, you had a question? Yes. Yeah.
So good afternoon, ma'am.
Uh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
Yeah. So we've got a couple of questions in the chat. So I'll just read them over to you.
Oh, can we have him because he was waiting for a question?
Okay, so I just wanted a clarification. You were talking about trust and trustworthiness. So if we just think about it, that those people who trusted the AI, maybe the on autopilot mode or anyone, were rational human beings who were educated. Like let's assume they were rational, whatever that means, in a very stereotypical way. So now, why would a rational human being who is capable of trusting other humans in other scenarios put his trust into the AI? So the question would be, can you elaborate on what makes the AI trustworthy? Be it performance of something, be it like it's acting as something, but then there has to be something innate in how the AI acts that makes it trustworthy, because that's also a process. It doesn't happen in a day. Yeah, thank you.
So, what makes AI trustworthy is firstly, again, the same thing, invisibility, right? You think that you are actually putting some things to the machine and the machine is not going to judge you. So if, let's say something very personal question that I'm going through a relationship problem and I put it into AI, the AI is not going to judge you. AI is just going to throw up some answers probably, right? Secondly, you think that the AI does not identify you, right? You are a faceless person. You're just a person you're just a data. You're just putting in a data, right? So I think it's the invisibility, right? The non-judgmental characteristics of AI. These are things which it happens when you talk to another person. And third, I think also the confidence that the AI is not going to give it up to somebody whom you know. right? With your friends and with your family, they not only judge you, but they might actually backstab you, or they might blackmail you that you did this, you did that, I'll leak these photographs. Probably we say that AI is not going to do that. But again, having said that, the Grok issue, right? And you ask Grok, undress this woman, undress this man, Grok does it, right? Without So what I'm saying is that when you talk about trust, it's not easy to understand human emotions, right? Even human psychology. So psychosomatically, you don't, humans can be very unpredictable. But it is that unpredictability which AI wants to make predictable, right? Why do you think it's the language models that have become so important? Why is it neural that is so important and not your physical aspect? Of course, the physical is also important, your looks, your voice. Why do you think that, when big tech companies are hiring, right? So even before hiring, the database goes like, so you, let's say, 100 people have applied. Why do you think you have so less women and women of color in very high positions in tech companies, or even in medical companies, or even in university as vice chancellors or presidents? Because the AI has been modeled. So you model the AI with the biases of humans, and then it just goes on from there. You cannot stop it. In fact, there is one of the slides in Google's CEO in 2024 December said it's time to unplug. But the question is, unplugging is going to cost these companies a hell lot of money. And these are, say whatever, these are not governments, or these are not state. We can keep on shouting that the government is bad, the ministers are corrupt, and AI is not corrupt. That's how we think, but it's not like that. They are not answerable. They are just, for us, we humans are just data, and they want to make more and more money with that. That's as simple as that. Yeah, you said some questions online.
Yeah. Good afternoon, ma'am. We have a couple of questions from the live chat, so I'll just give them over to you. So the question is, if AI is changing every week, but the laws take years to debate and pass, does that mean we're basically unprotected against whatever the newest version of AI can do?
Look, mostly yes, because laws in a democracy, or even in a non-democracy, it has a process, right? It goes as a bill. There are discussions. There are different stakeholders. So by the time a simple bill becomes a law, it might be months. And we cannot compete with AI. So I think the important question out here is that how do we control not AI but the companies which are producing AI? Right? And those companies still have some face, right? They have ownership, they have market, they have stocks which are floated. So why don't you curb them? Nvidia is like, putting stocks, like, open AI is all there. It comes up with, and it has like, it has actually penetrated in every field, right? So why don't the state actually formulate laws against those companies? And everywhere you see, somewhere or the other, these companies, it's exactly like what happens with multinationals. So you have one strict law, let's say in US, the multinational company moves from US and hires people from Philippines. Those people do not have the rights, right? So what is being sold, which was in the 1990s in the name of globalization? Borderless states, world is shrinking, people can move. No, it's services which are moving, commodities moving. Humans are becoming more and more stagnated. Your own country questions your identity, questions your citizenship. Forget about others. So they don't want you to cross the borders. Be there, work for us. It's a new form of colonialism, and that's why I said algorithmic colonialism.
So the next question is, when we talk about generative AI creating new things, if it makes a mistake or lies, who's responsible? The user, the company? It feels like right now no one takes the blame.
Yeah, that's all what I have been talking for a very long time, right? So we are told that we are users, but actually, if you think about it, don't you think users have some say? Like, when you buy, like, if you okay, I'll give you an example. Amazon, when it started, you want to refund. Have you ever tried a refund in Amazon? Right? Earlier, like, again, what Nagaraj was saying earlier, you could talk to a person. Very soon, the person will refund and will ask you if there are certain commodities. They will say, don't return. Keep it. We will refund you the money. Now, when you say about a refund, it is not, it's really a tedious process to refund. And even after a long time, if you finally get to speak to somebody, that person will say, look, the system, I do not have a control on it. So, the money will come sometime, I can generate it, but I'm not sure. What is it happening that the controls are not in the hands of humans, right? So I think, we are not users, but being used. That's how I take it, right? The term is user, but we are not users. Because somewhere customers, when we have customer laws, or, what, in India, we don't have tort laws, right? At least in US, you have tort laws. You know what tort laws is, right? The laws which save the rights of customers and consumers. India, we still have a consumer court, but then the kind of punishment is much less. So let's say, even like AI is a big thing. AI has a lot of money, so they can happily maneuver the legal system. Right?
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello.
Yeah.
My name is Nishana, and my question is, as you have already mentioned, these technologies have become a necessary evil, and many governments are actually using such technologies to reach out to the most vulnerable sections of the society through public service deliveries. And government is claiming that they are actually saving crores of money, but there are actually research which is saying the opposite, that there is a high rate of exclusion errors. So, have you seen any government using a response, any government using technology in a responsible way in governance in any state of India?
See, on the face of it, they always say that we are using it very responsibly. Everything is done in the name of human welfare, citizen welfare, right? So that's why I said that, everything is about efficiency. So, look, you really don't have to stand in queues, you have these e-portals, right, where you can just upload your stuff, and you can get a birth certificate made, a death certificate made. I'm not denying that certain things have now become less, there is less red tapeism, but I cannot agree with the claim that they are saving money, because the technologies are very expensive, and when these technologies are sold into global south, we might be very poor, but they are sold at a much higher rate, right? So I really don't buy that argument of the government that we are like, because digitalization is a big mantra, it's a big political gimmick, it's a rhetoric, and we are saving crores in it. No, I really don't think so. It's much expensive. We are all paying for it, right? And what most of the governments, or the state of global south is become making, is that for every service it's now monopolized, like the airlines. So the domestic airlines is most Indigo. So if Indigo collapses, where do people go? You keep on fighting a legal battle, you will not be given even a refund, right? So the diversity, the important thing in economics and political science is decentralization, diversification, and the governments themselves want centralization, because democracy is now not working for them, right? So they want a very authoritarian kind of a majoritarian state, and they don't want, they take privacy, or they take diversity as a huge problem, right? So you are actually profiled like you are an individual, you are a citizen of a country, but apart from those, the other diversities don't make up. If you want a job, you have to come on, you have to be a mainstream, right? So those kind of things are happening. So it's not cost effective. No, it is shown as cost effective, but it is not. Imagine all your online examinations. How many of you gave those UGC nets in paper pen and then gave it online? Means I had given, when my time was there, on a paper pen, right? And we used to be judged also on our research skills, and not only in our administrative skills in terms of MCQs, which can be happily done through Rote. So you wrote. So I think in global south, the education is more rote culture rather than applicability. From school, you are treated about grades. Who gets A plus becomes a big thing. Our parents pump it in that you have to be an all-rounder, you have to be good in sports, you have to be good looking, you have to be a swimmer, you have to be a dancer, you have to be God knows what not, right? So our expectations are very high, because we still carry what I call the colonial baggage, right? We are competing with the West. I don't know why we have to compete with the West, right? If our government start really understanding that indigeneity, which they are floating as a political rhetoric so much in polarizing our society, I think we can actually do something better. But that's not going to happen. because governments and states have become facilitators for the monopoly capitalists now, right? Thanks.
Hello. Yeah. Hi, ma'am. My name is Mahadevan. I'm a first year CSE student. And my question is basically it's a model based question. It's just that considering any AI model, in the near future or somewhere in the future, if it could reach a compatibility of human consciousness or any living consciousness, would it be right, like just like one of our chief guests said, would it be right to use that time of AI as a tool or just a program which works really well?
I think as a tool, because the very definition of a tool has humans there, right? So humans work with tools. But when you talk about just systems or, if, the AI has consciousness and morality, I think I'll just give you something, probably read the last letter by Alan Turing. You know Turing, right? Turing is a person who's supposed to be the father of AI, okay, artificial intelligence. He has written, okay, so and he was a homosexual person, so you know how he was really like curbed in the society and all that happened. Finally he died. So if just read his last letter, when people question him about this thing, that if AI is not just a machine, because machine is doing everything, what about the question of morality and consciousness? And that's why I brought up this issue of mortality, right? Because humans die. And when we know that whatever we do, forget about, I'm not just talking from the religious terminology of karma and fate, but we also know that there are certain things which are beyond our control, right? And we know that we have a very limited time, and that's very fundamentally human, right? To be human is to know that I will die. Maybe tomorrow there might be a bomb blast, right? I always give this example to my students, that what if you enter, like from your home, when you come out you say bye to your mom, and because in the age of mobiles we always say where are we going, right? We love connectivity. But what if suddenly you don't even know that outside the gate there might be a huge bus coming and the drunk driver and might just kill you? So that uncertainty is human, right? That being a body which can be killed and die is human. That you're not coming back again is human. And that is why we have desires, we have emotions, we have morality, right? Thanks. Sorry, I think I've taken enough time with all of them.
Thank you, Dr. Sen Gupta, for your profound insights on responsible AI, which provide a critical perspective for our discussions ahead. I now invite Dr. Neela Ganguly to felicitate our guest with a token of appreciation on behalf of the department. I now request everyone to scan the QR code displayed on the screen to share your valuable feedback for this session. I repeat, I request everyone to scan the QR displayed on the screen to share your valuable feedback for this session. We will now take a break for lunch. I request all participants and attendees to please return to this hall by 2:30 p.m. for the final session of the day. I repeat, we will now take a break for lunch. I request all participants and attendees to please return to this hall by 2:30 p.m. for the final session of the day. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We will now continue with our next technical session. It is a pleasure to welcome Dr. Neela Ganguly, the Assistant Professor and Head of the Department of Political Science at the School of Humanities, Guru Nanak College, Velachery. Beyond her academic role, Ma'am is the founder of Genesis Center for Education and Developmental Studies. She is a dedicated educator and consultant specializing in psychological screening and career development, particularly through her impactful work with SETMAPs. With her deep expertise in political science and human development, she provides a vital perspective on societal and ethical frameworks central to our workshop theme. Dr. Ganguly, we are honored to have you with us. I now invite you to the podium to share your expertise.
Thank you. And yeah, thank you very much for the update about myself. And it really works well this afternoon after a good lunch. Guys, all are good? Can we begin or are we going to sleep? Yeah, I will, try to make it as interesting as possible. But then, morning we had a Marshall, then we had Mr. Nagaraj, then we had Dr. Papia. I think, most of them, all three of them have covered most of it. So what is left out for me? Yeah, what is it in for me to make a mark so that whatever I take away or give away for you guys to relate on what exactly is this workshop on. So technically, we have been speaking on, since Marshall spoke about AI in the domain of security, yeah, national security and the defense system. And then we had Dr. Mr. Nagaraj talk on his take on what exactly AI is. And then, of course, pre-lunch, we had a very unique and yet scholarly talk on what exactly is AI and what it is doing and what we are doing with it, right? And yeah, so I will try to, pitch in a little on what is called as governance, right? And I hail from the political science department, so maybe that is only the arena left out for me now. And otherwise also, yes, governance is very, very important because all the frameworks and law and the policies are all but rolled out through the government. Without the governmental part, I don't think so AI would have seen what we have, we are venturing upon as an AI. So, for example, many of the examples we have been seeing since morning, but then yeah, we have been using AI based devices on and off, right? For example, we were waiting for our buggy, but then with the click of a call and the buggy comes. Or rather, we have what is called as EKYC in everything we do, like from the banking system to our college admissions, to any savings account that we need to that is a redundant or a dormant account that we need to renew. Again, AI comes to play, right? Without which I think AI is the thing that we cannot do away with. It is very, very, it's become an important aspect of our life, day to day life, that too. Not only that, the governments use it for its benefits to be accrued to the citizens, for which they are in place to bring about activities and operate upon some sort of maintenance of order or deliverance or provisions of services, etc. But AI has come to be the thing, not of the past, but it is going to be with us in future as well. So might as well we understand what exactly it is and how are we going to understand it better in terms of its importance, and who are really the proponents to bring it out, and how are we going to pitch in our work in terms of sustaining AI, right? Because it's going to be there, as I said, and again, we need not be reiterating upon it. So, yeah, I'll go from the basics rather. As I said, like I'm a political scientist, and I would love to really touch upon what the governance this government does and what exactly governance is all about. So, like we have something called as, yeah, when we are talking about AI, we see the title itself says ethics of AI in e-governance. Okay, so what exactly is e-governance? First, we need to understand the governance part of it, which is again the principles of good governance, wherein accountability, transparency, participation and inclusion, rule of law, and efficiency and effectivity is the call of the day. And what exactly does or how exactly does the government brings about all these things to play is, again, it's very open to one and all. For example, accountability and transparency, how exactly it brings it upon to its people, to its citizens, and to all the services, with openness and responsibility for actions, right? For example, whatever be the actions or services that has to be provided, they have to bring it upon to the awareness of the people. Without that understanding being brought to the people, it will be very difficult for the people also to understand, right, these type of services are being provided to them. And participation and inclusion is definitely the important aspect, because when the services are brought out, provided to the participants or citizens, if they are not able to accrue the benefits, then it doesn't have any meaning, right? And how do you bring about inclusivity? Are you going to is the government going to try and have some disparity between the citizens, or otherwise? It's a huge thing to be said. And in our constitution itself, in the preamble, it says that equality, fraternity for all. So I don't want to again get into the what do you call aspects of teaching what is political science. Then rule of law. So involve the stakeholders in decision making. What exactly is the necessity or requirements of the citizens? The government should be aware of it and then bring it out, right? And thereby the participants are the ones, the citizens themselves, who are in need of those services, right? Goods and services, as we call it. So include the citizens in each and every aspect of the governance as well. And by rule of law, we say fair legal frameworks enforced impartially. Again, when we were talking about what exactly is constitution, it, of course, bringing about a proper framework through which the citizens abide by. So when we are, or the government is trying to bring about proper deliverance of its services, it also looks into how far the participation of the citizens is there, whether it's 100% or the services are not at all acquired by them. Then effectiveness and efficiency, delivering results that meet the needs of the society. Yes, of course, without understanding their needs, it is never a good what do you call law or good governance at all. And moving on to what exactly we are talking of the day, like, the workshop is all about e-governance. What exactly is e-governance? The government, providing or maintaining law and order, provision of services to the people through technology, by with the help of the support of the technology. So in which way, which are the ways that they do is through public services, and how exactly they do exchange of information and conduct transactions by exchange of information. So what exactly is the necessity of the population that has been, provided to the government, that again comes back to them as welfare activities. So the exchange has to happen. So now under e-governance, how does it happen? Definitely with the help of AI, of course. Then conduct transactions. It is not enough that the services are just framed up and then bottled up and then shelved. No. So whatever is required for the people, it has to be again given back to the people. So how exactly, through e-governance, this particular services are to be provided are, yeah, with efficiency, with transparency and effectivity as well. Why efficiency? Because again, as the word goes, we need to first and foremost understand what's the necessities of the people. So only provide them what is necessary for them. For example, yes, maybe later on I will in fact share with you the question as well, wherein for this study we have tried to bring about a full-fledged questionnaire through which we try to understand the requirements of the people in consonance with AI, right? So AI again, maybe do you think it is ethically required by the persons who don't even have Wi-Fi connectivity in their homes? It's $1 million question. There are many areas till today, even today, at the time we speak here, there are many villages or suburban areas where they don't have proper electrification as well. So now do we need say that no, they require AI? How will they work on AI if they don't have electricity and they don't have Wi-Fi connectivity, right? And the government says, like every election, definitely I think I'll be able to respond to one VIT student who was here. I would love to respond to his query that he posted to Papia ma'am, right? So how exactly this government again works with the what do you call, population, as well as the community, the business and all. This we see like government to citizens, government to business, government to government, as well as government to employees as well. By way of saying government to citizens, it is providing all these services through their public services portal, and then we'll be talking about it one on by and by. And then through G2B we have the what do you call, rules and regulations and laws of how the transactions are made in their businesses. Definitely the government pitches in terms of their what do you call, rules and regulations. And government to government as well, like we know we are a bicameral democratic country, wherein we have both central and state governance. So between the government and across the governments, intra and inter governments, how exactly we or e-governance is taken care of or conducted is something of great value to be understood. And then G2E is to employees, government to the employee. How exactly government to employees through their retirement funds or the salary accounts, or when they go in for services as well, their every portion of from the entrance to their exit with the VRS or a retirement, everything is being coded, transacted, and everything is done through the e-governance portal. So what exactly does e-governance really give to us? Definitely it's paperless, right? We are in a situation wherein we have to really look into the resources that we have now. Environment, I think morning Dr. Papia also was talking about how environment plays, or e-governance plays, AI plays an havoc on the environment because of the requirement of loads and loads of, or million liters of water to bring about a little bit of service to the community. So then the next one is simpler. We, erstwhile, when we grew up, everything we used to do through paper, right? As she said also, we used to stand in the line, or our forefathers also, they used to stand in the line, spending much of their energy, time, everything. There have been cases when there have been many citizens who have lost their livelihood also, because of which they don't even go for acquiring any services. Even now it is so. For example, they go with the poor citizens, we can say the menial job workers. They go to the ration shop. A very simple example. So ration shop, the person or the head of the family has to be there to imprint his biometric, right, fingerprint. Only then he or she or anyone from the family can avail of the services from the ration shop, public distributions, public distribution supply. But then when they require things, they will definitely need to go to the services. They have to forego their occupation that time, and then they have to forego their livelihood. And there have been many cases when the children are left at home, and some untoward happenings have been there. Then we have what is called as accessibility, like how accessible are the population with regard to e-governance. So e-governance, definitely we now see everything in the tip of our fingers. We do everything through our mobile, right? And it's very dangerous these days to even give our mobile to anybody, or show it also, just to ask them, can you give me the area, I don't tell me the area where it is, address, something like that. Because that handling the mobile from one person to another is havoc. Then be responsive to the needs of the people. Yes, they are able to, again, thanks to AI. Then fight corruption, yes, because in paper, where the illiterates, when they give their papers to be written by someone else and all, we can understand how the others who have been handling their work have been able to misuse their papers. Then public participation is, this is one of the very important one, public participation, wherein each and every citizens are able to participate in everything that the government is able to bring out. Now we might as we stand here, we might talk about only the welfare activities. But what about those activities, like you have livelihood activities, you have business activities, you have transactions which entails even houses, housing, property, everything. So the participation of the citizens is important, because they need to understand what exactly the government is trying to bring about to them through e-governance, right? It as well, it might have taken them more number of days, more number of resources, in terms of a number of hours, etc. But now it is very easy for them to understand as well, and to participate and provide their what do you call, consent. Then what exactly is AI? Since morning we have been talking about, so I have put about some information. Is the simulation of human intelligence. Yes, an intelligent person definitely would have brought out what is AI to us now, right? We wouldn't have known what AI can do, or what it is all about, even 20 years back. Yeah, maybe India saw after it is 20 years behind other what do you call, developed nations in terms of computerization. We in India, we got computerization only around 1986, if I am not wrong. And then we saw what is called as liberalization and globalization, privatization from the year 1991, wherein all the economy was open to all the other nations as well. There if you're going to do everything like an ancient handling of informations, that would have definitely taken years. We would have still lagged back again. But again, what exactly is AI? It entails huge humongous amount of data. Without data, AI is nothing. Do you agree? I definitely think so. I hope you also do agree, at least by now, since morning that we have been talking about it. And it, in fact, recognizes repetitive, patterns. For example, it is going to be the same sort of questions that's going to be, reached out to everybody. The responses that we will be giving will be different, but the questions asked or the informations required by the government through AI will be the same. So in a sense, it is throughout repetition. Then experiences recollection. For example, we can, after some time, when we need to work on the collected informations, you find a pattern at work there. For example, this particular area of people, when we have reached out to them for some collection of data with regard to their livelihood. Yeah. So livelihood, like how exactly their occupation pattern is. So in a sense, like you can actually generalize them, belonging to at least 1,000 or below 5,000 population of people living in an area. So improve performance without programming every time. One time programming is more than enough, right? But then, do you think that is going to stay for a long time? No, I think not, because later on also we'll understand that it really needs or requires what is called as updation, right? For example, the same number of population whom we have went on to talk on or went on to collect information from, definitely year after year they also age, right? And their requirements differ, their necessities differ, and whatever they have acquired of also would have enhanced or developed or improved with regard to, again, their acquirance of understanding of what exactly they require for their enhancement of their livelihood. So all these things, we understand that they use algorithms and computational power to process data. So data provided, yes. So how do we process it again? So everything is provided by the what do you call intellect of a person who handles that particular what do you call system. And then it definitely includes what is called as real-time applications, as in we see in e-commerce, healthcare, finance, transportation, and all other smartphones. That's how like we started, right? And other devices that we use every day. For example, we definitely these days we never go to any shop to purchase, right? You agree with the sitting at home? Even books also we have started to purchase. We skip through the pages of the books online, again thanks to AI. Yes, but then I still love to go feel the book and then read in between the lines, then understand if I really want the book. So what exactly are we talking about as ethics? So as we have seen since morning, trust, fairness, accountability, so much of it has been spoken about. So let me go through to how exactly these strategies are implemented, right? Actually, we find what is called as, we have regulatory frameworks. For example, since in the morning, like even Dr. Papia spoke about, thankfully I'm the last speaker so that I am able to take the examples of all the other speakers since morning. So like what exactly are the regulatory frameworks? So is there a law in place? I don't think so. In India, for AI, usage of AI, we haven't yet had a law. Whereas in 2023, we have brought out what is called as a digital protection and digital DPDP Act. Again, this is again to protect the privacy of people. Again, because we have seen since morning also what all the detrimentals that is wrought upon to the people, to our citizens through the use of AI. So the regulatory frameworks are still in the infancy period so far as India is concerned. Now, are we going to compare? We can definitely compare it with definitely our immediate neighbors like the global south, all the other countries surrounding us, how far they have made use of ethical frameworks to contain or maintain e-governance and usage of AI in their day-to-day activities. Then public engagement and regular audits and challenges are again the aspects which every time the AI is wrought with. For example, as I said, many other countries which have really developed in terms of how exactly they understand and provide services to the people. As I said, we are still in our infancy, so as to protect our people as well as to use AI multifold. But then, having said that, we can understand AI definitely plays an important role, wherein we see our government has, or Indian government has, been very, very efficient in sending multiple satellites in one rocket PSLV. Though the recent one there has been some hitch, but then the earlier ones and all, we have been able to really beneficially help the other countries as well to send their satellites as well through our rockets. So public engagement, yes, when the people are at the necessary part, we have to understand what exactly we can provide to them. They again need only simpler activities through AI. They don't really need like how a rocket can be sent through their particular small phones. Yes, mind you guys, there are still areas wherein we still have people who don't know how to handle a smartphone. They are very much again with the simpler Nokia phones which have only the buttons. And then challenges are aglo, but then we have to wait and see how the frameworks work out for us. So I'm not looking into the multiple explanation part of it. Then if we get into the individual implementation part, how trust is implemented, how accountability is implemented, we can understand what is called as public confidence via transparent practices and engagement. The government needs to build up their ethical framework or ethical understanding that they are working for the benefit of the people first and foremost. Even if one government is going to embark upon utilizing high end AI systems and all to bring about simpler activities, they don't need that. End of the day, they need what is called as you know one fistful of food. I'm talking about many, many, many populations who live at the brink in the society. Then deploy explainable AI models that provide clear rationales for decisions, such as in welfare approvals using tools like SHAP and interpretable outputs. So, how exactly these models are going to be beneficial to the people is at stake. So, again, as I said, simplest form of AI is all is what the people require. But again, we are talking about some areas. But how about some areas, or again in terms of education as well? Technology. So you guys no longer should be or would be using what is that? Fortran, Pascal, Basic. Are you guys using anything? No. You have trans. Much more. Now all we talk is Python and R, right? So when that is the case, definitely the other extreme is also there. So the models has to be prepared and also has to be developed looking into the necessities of the categories of people. Then conduct public consultations and pilot programs with feedback loops. Yes, whatever the government does, they provide implementations, implementative activities or services to people. When the people themselves are not able to consume what the government is trying to provide to them, there the loop is broken, right? The idea that the government is looking after them through this e-governance is definitely broken. So what they require again is the simplest form of actions that can bring them what exactly they require. Definitely all they require again is health insurance cards. We'll see it in later slides. And then you have something called as publish AI inventories and performance dashboards on government portals for citizen scrutiny. Yes, so that the people are able to understand clearly what exactly the portal contain, because any information wrongly put in can lead to any wrong outcome as well. For example, they may be asked a question, do they belong to such and such category, because such and such categories are provided with such and such amenities. So if they say yes or no, okay, according to their idea, we can understand. For some it may be right, yes, for some it may prove wrong. For example, they wouldn't be able to avail the financial services, like for example, these days we have what is called as students as well, right? Those who belong to particular community, or there is a single parent, or they are the first generation students, right? All these things are single misconstruent of understanding. No, like you are asking for a first generation, is it me or my parents, right? So the clarity needs to be there. The question we ask, is it with regard relevant to the student in question or their parents? Because that itself will be detrimental. If it is the parent, definitely the student will not be able to gain any financial services from the college or a scholarship. But if he is to be the first generation student, definitely the government, of course, and the college as well provides certain amenities. So how about fairness implementation? That actually is to prevent bias amplification in algorithmic governance. So how exactly do we govern algorithmic? Like how, again, I'm coming back to her, it's algorithmic colonization, right? That is why how we understand the present juncture. Is it right if we keep on thinking that is the call of the day, or are we going to misconstrue that, or give a clarity on that is not so, but then whatever the algorithm provides to the people through the e-governance, okay, is correct or necessary? Again, because development, when we talk about political science itself, there is something called as new public management, when which encompasses information communication as well as technology. If we are going to not use technology and survive as in ancient days, we are not cavemen, we are not sheep herders. I'm sorry, I'm not racist either. We have developed, we have come a long way. And again, with reference to one particular book, The Sapiens, I think most of you all would have read it. We are the last in line of the humanity, about whom only we will know. No other civilization is going to crop up to understand about us. We have grown in leaps and bounds. So audit data sets for demographic representation. Yes, the categorization of the population plays a very important role. So unless and until you bring about the clarity in the classification, we will not be, or the government will not be able to provide such and such services. So urban rural divide, every type of categorization, under 5, over 5, age wise, or the area wise, or have they migrated from one place to other, do they are they refugees? Each and every information is again achievable from the population, right? It is not that it is already there. Whatever is there is also what is acquired from the population. Then establish fairness metrics, demographic parity. Yes, the bifurcations in each and every activities, every functions of the society needs to be clearly provided. that in fact will give you the procurement of standards and rule regular third party audits. For example, we understand, when we provide, like if I'm going to be, a migrant, I have to provide all the information which is both from the place that I hail from and to the place to where that I have come to, right? And giving in-depth information will really prove definitely beneficial to me. And of course, this is nothing but to the government. Why? This data will again be able to, provide a clearance or clarity to the government in terms of how many population, from where they are there, what this, type of population, what race of or category of people are there, so that they can provide such and such amenities based on the classification. So this third party audits is nothing but every person who have migrated from one place to another, but at the same time are able to provide the information to from the place 2011. 21 we never had, so we have SIR now. So accountability implementation, what exactly is it? So enforce responsibility across AI life cycles. Now again, what exactly is AI life cycle? Will come a little later. So form interministerial ethics boards with redressal mechanisms, including appeals for AI decisions as per OECD principles. OECD is Organization of Economic and Cooperation Development body, right? So these principles are really required again to understand the region wise actions of the country, right? So they need to bring out pertaining to their area the ethics. For example, the same AI ethics which is prevalent in Japan, do you think it will be relevant to us? I know it's very boring because political science with all this information, governance information is of course boring. So I'm trying to make it as possible. Japan, the AI system in Japan, will it be relevant to AI system in India? No, maybe. Maybe not. Why? So the regionality plays an important role. Then environment, then the type of population, their way of life, everything is different. Particularly population, the huge number of population pertaining to the regions, and as per the principles given by this OECD countries, we need to governance. Then we have we traceability in AI pipelines. For whatever AI we use, definitely we know, like if we use Amazon, we know, like it's going to drop into the Amazon data set. But there have been many instances wherein we get often some local calls or informations, like asking us to give them our information or bring give them our OTP, right? That's all. But then the traceability is totally out of the radar itself. So when that is, it is very difficult to protect the people's privacy, as well as everything that have material or non-material what do you call it, properties. So with legal liability for developers and deployers, with frameworks Act, digital protection and digital protection after 2023. It was set in 2023, but then it's not become a law yet, and that's why, like, we have seen the other summit on AI, India AI. And for India, this particular India AI is the one who has provided frameworks. For example, what type of informations need to be provided to the people, so that type of can be gathered. Again, when it comes to privacy, the government cannot take ownership, saying like you have made use of that particular what do you call for your own benefit. Now that app misusing you, the government cannot do anything. This many instances of this has been cropping up everywhere. Not even in urban, of course, we are all literate, we understand what is good and not. How about rural people? They don't know what is the question asked also. Again, language plays an important role. Then train officials via capacity building programs and enforce certification for AI vendors. So whatever nuances that the AI vendors bring about, they need to be provided with proper training so that they don't misuse the data of people. Again, many instance we have seen. I think the other day also there were 3 deaths with regard to some students misusing the Korean game, right? It was just there 3 days back. Working on the and what exactly was asked of. I'm sorry I'm bringing to you guys these informations, but of course this is again to caution you that to an extent AI is good, but don't dwell deeper. What are the importances of AI? Definitely, it's a main tool for learning, governance, and trade. Again, governance, how? Again, they can the people minimize the energy of the government servants itself to the people. So they can, share a link, ask the people to, provide information through the links, right? Aims to for an inclusive development. Yes, because inclusivity, for if I can digress a little, I think 2010 or before, just before that also, we didn't have what is called with us, right? There has been incidences wherein my own maid, she said, "Ma, I want to make some savings. Can you come open an account in the bank?" The bank categorically declined, saying, "Ma'am, they are migrants. Maybe in this area there'll be one a couple of years, and then they'll be gone to another couple of years. You won't be able to trace them as well." So what do we do when we are providing them OD and all? If at some juncture they ask for education or small time business and all, because that was the time self-help groups and all was growing, right? But then now it is a thing. Financial inclusion has really grown vastly, too vast actually. It was it had really been brought in. Again, I'm not again vouching for any government, but yes, thanks to Modi government, he has been able to bring in financial inclusivity, particularly with regard to marginalized society. Then respect with regard to dignity, rights and security. So my informations are very innate to me. So when I am going to provide those informations, I don't want a third person to act on that. For example, this is really another thing to really think about in depth, because for example, we always buy, anybody, we buy from Amazon, Flipkart and all. Particularly I buy, as I said, some books and all. So what happens, one fine day I find snake venom, and I don't know what is inside. And then I wasn't home, and my husband, he gave money and we bought it. And I go home to open it. It consists of snake venom. Again, for what joy? To what do you call it? Cure my acne. I said, where do I have acne? I have scars, fine, but then I don't have acne. I have never gone in for any acne medicine, right? So where from this information must have gone to any people, that they are able to without our knowledge, without our consent, I'm getting such what do you call products. So the privacy of one's data is very, very important. So we understand where to give, when to provide, how or to whom to provide our data. Excuse me. Translation of values such as dharma, duty, and nyaya. This is actually very important. Excuse me. Very important with regard to what is called as welfare, government. Ours is a welfare government, right? Welfare administration. definitely the government works towards the welfare activities of the people, of its population. I think ours is the only government in the whole universe that really embarks on doing more activities for the people. Again, this is not new. Like we have had what is called as, this was documented in our Ardha Shastra, in our Rig Vedas and all. I don't think so any other what do you call government or any other nation has that. But again, thank you. I'm good. So like the duty of the both the government and the citizens is to bifurcate information and then work upon that information, and again by bring about outcomes based on the information provided. Again, this is for that is the duty of the government. Again, what else they can do with the data, but to bring about proper models and really work for the benefit of the population is what is the it has been the administration of our government since, I think, I wouldn't say pre-independence, post-independence, yes, right? Then what exactly are the principles of AI? We know AI has been here and it is going to be here for us. So let us look into what exactly are the principles. So beneficence, yes, we need AI to be beneficial to our people, to improve the well-being of both the planet that we live in with regard to safeguarding our environment, as well as our people with regard to what do you call it, securing the safety of everybody. The non-maleficence, bring no harm. That's one of the basic way. In fact, erstwhile when we find smoking is injurious to health, now again definitely AI is going to come with the tag do no harm, right? Anybody and everybody has started to bring out what is called as AI based apps. So definitely do no harm is too very critical for any app builder, the app developer, so that they can avoid harming the privacy, autonomy, employability, and other interests. Then what exactly is autonomy? This very important principle of AI. It is nothing but free and independent act to be preserved and promoted. Autonomy of machines to be restricted. We have heard that from Dr. Papia also, right? So machines are here to do what we expect them to do, though we are the ones who have built the machine. So the autonomy should be on us and not on the machine. Of course, because we have our intellect, so we are free to develop anything which can accrue benefits to the population. That should not be restricted, definitely. But the autonomy of working of any machinery or app definitely needs to be restricted. And justice, values like justice, fairness, equity should be promoted. Yes, because when we find, again, see, I think because of the number of population or the vastness of our society, or the vastness of the governance as well, it has really, proved beneficial to many a thinker that anybody and everybody can, bring about or develop some apps. Playfully these days people have started to do things, right? The other day I have seen a small boy. He's, building what is called as drone. I asked him, "Oh wow, nice drone, yeah. What is its activity?" You know what he said? To bring the food packets from the gate to his home. Of what use was such an enigmatic mind? Yes. Okay, and then explicability. Okay, knowing how and where are the key, like how to use your informations and where exactly should you use your informations are very very key. For example, we give informations, but the app develops need to really understand, looking again into the benefactors as well as the necessities of the people, that is both the people and the services, and understand them, and to negate the negative impacts of AI. Definitely, like we are in a juncture, we are galloping faster. Nobody now has any time to sit back and enjoy life. I think I am true to an extent, right? Anywhere and everywhere you see people are always galloping, right? Yeah, I want to, move ahead in my life faster. So the best way is to do corruption. So core values, include human rights and human dignity, living in peace, ensuring diversity and inclusiveness, flourishing environment and ecosystem. Yes, we have seen this since morning, but yet to reiterate and stick on to these core values are of really important aspects. Then keys to actionable policies are ethical impact assessment. First and foremost, understand what exactly the people require. Ours is again 1.4 million people, right? Crores, 140 crores people. The requirements are diverse. So is the nation. So diverse it is that you really need to understand what exactly is their necessities, requirements. No two citizens will have the same requirement. Definitely not, right? And then ethical government and stewardship, definitely the government, every citizen or Indian citizen looks forward, even for this day, like all are from Chennai, we are looking for, see, is Stalin going to come or TVK going to come or ADMK going to come? Ilya, right? All are looking forward to who is going to handle the mantle of governance in Tamil Nadu as of now, so that we can at least see some changes in terms of education, in terms of welfare activities, in terms of development, infrastructural development. These are the need of the hour. Then data policy, we have seen, yeah, the frameworks are built, are in place, but it has not become law. And the development and interventional cooperation required, very very required, so that whatever is the, for example, when Modi went to US, very recently, I think around 8 months back, so he was able to bring to back to India what is called as the GE engine, general engines, uh, manufacturing know-how. But do you think US would have given the 100% know-how of how to build the GE engines? I don't think so. But on the other hand, very recently we have heard that Russia has, said or promised that they have already given the technological know-how of a certain industry. I think in particular to which one? Defense equipment. Yeah, right. So if that is the case, definitely you need to, one needs to have a liberal outlook to really understand each other and gain development. Environment and ecosystem, yes, without it we cannot, I don't think so, we'll be able to breathe in another 10 years or 20 years normally, like how we breathe now, without our environment. Then later on we have to move around with oxygen masks. So, do you think like COVID also would have been a thing with relevant to this aspect? Like we don't have proper or clean air. Again, Papia ma'am hails from Delhi. Last 2 weeks and all I'm talking, she's coughing. She's not well because of the environmental aspect there, right? So how exactly AI, or the e-governance, AI is the tool, but then the government looking after the welfare of the environment as well as the ecosystem. By ecosystem, I am again meaning the flora and fauna of every area. Gender. So it's a very important. This line gives a very a nice, information. Invisible biases and visible inequalities. Can you assimilate with the negativity and positive words there? Invisible biases with visible inequalities, we can really see, there are inequalities within people, inequalities in area, in terms of the developed and non underdeveloped or undeveloped, or in this visible inequality within the urban and rural infrastructure itself, right? For example, again, this whole road you guys have come, it's a very nice road. Had you come around 12 to 15 years back, it wasn't so. It wasn't so. or maybe around 20 years back also. Same is with anybody living with in ECR or OMR. So the developmental activities we are talking about, but then what about the gender inequality? Because as we saw, the AI actually, when it the face recognition, that is a very huge aspect. So the data or algorithmic setup will be such that if that particular face is white, so it automatically the next question goes to if it is American or whatever, or Hispanic, brown skin Hispanic, dark skin Canadian, right? The racism, it's not only in terms of the facial recognition, it is also in terms of the data. For example, a person who has put in some data hailing from some suburb in Tamil Nadu or anywhere, Bihar, UP, anywhere, automatically the data sets goes to this particular person hails from this particular area, so definitely this particular area is underdeveloped, so this person would not have been have passed above 12th standard or UG or PG though it's like far off, right? Such is the imbalances in understanding. And now what about gender? A female, yes, it is taken for granted. They wouldn't have coming from this particular area, this particular economic structure, they wouldn't have gone in for any more educational aspirations at all. Why? That's wrong. So that type of algorithmic insights have to be inputs, have to be rectified, definitely. Until and unless that bias is clear, I don't think so AI is going to be taken in very seriously. Then culture again, as I said, like certain persons belonging to certain area should or would definitely belong to certain culture. And then these are actually areas wherein we or the government really needs to look into more in terms of their framework. Then education and research, as I said. Then communication and information, economy and labor, health and well-being. Health again, if they say like one particular person hails from particular area, even in urban itself, urban one interior area, they automatically will say no, this area does not have any developmental activity, there is so much bad sanitation prevailing there. How will you choose to say this person does not have whatever definitely communicable disease? Will be a galore actually. And mosquitoes infestation. So again the government has to put in more actions in order to bring about do away with these challenges. Then what exactly are the challenges? Definitely power imbalances, and ours is a huge dynamic system, right? As I said, the past 5 years or the next 5 years will not be the same. Why 5 years? 1 year itself. Definitely, third years students of you guys will be on to the fourth year. So a little developed you guys will be on your lookout in life. For example, you will be trying to go in for higher education, or some of you guys will be trying to get into startups, right? Do your own what do you call system of occupation, bring about businesses. You will be trying to bring about some more people to help you in your business, so much and so forth, right? So imbalances are definitely going to be there again with regard to the government itself. So one place, one area may do more in terms of their area development. How about the other areas? Right? There is no streamlining or equality in terms of development in all the areas altogether. There's definitely ups and downs. And as it's a dynamic system, all the informations or requirements should travel from bottom up, meaning the necessities should crop up from the population and reach to the central government or the state government, whichever is in place, who are designated to bring about development for that particular area of people. By that I mean the state or the whole nation as such, right? Always the communication has to start. Like if I want to go from this place to reach my place, I definitely will call on to Dr. Divya, give me a cab, I'm going home, right? So my necessity is there. So I have some necessity, I portray to it. Likewise, the information should definitely crop up from the bottom, so that all the details can reach positively to the upper administration. Then human accountability is non-negotiable. Definitely not, isn't it? Yeah. If it is negotiable, do you think like we'll have some sort of safer education system now? Everything would have been deep sake, right? As we said, like anything, any informations, Dr. Sen said, the chat box also, it'll be repetition unless and until you bring about a proper prompt in terms of that one particular parameter within this years or this area, you get a change or difference in data, right? And then fairness requires context. Fairness again in terms of the diverse nation. So what exactly we have? Provide all the informations with regard to the necessities, to the understanding of the government. Again, be very equivocal in terms of now again we need not camouflage. Okay, like for example, I am okay with this, so like I need not go in for any additive enhancements. Why not? As any equal citizen, I'm prone to ask for what exactly I require. Then legitimacy flows from explainability and auditability. Redress is again one of the major aspects in our government, of our governance. We have what is called as grievance redressal embedded in our constitution, embedded in our government. There is a separate ministry working, there's a separate department working towards it, right? Whatever, like you want to give a feedback with regard to whatever happens in terms of your personal life or in terms of your area, society, anything, we are prone to give back some sort of feedback. As I said, it has to go from bottom up. From us, it has to reach to the government. What exactly does the effective governance do? It's actually is one which accelerates innovation. So it's not enough that we have ideas. We have to place it in its proper area for it to bring about change. And then it provides clarity. Who decides what criteria must be met? How confident are we in terms of achieving or utilizing the amenities? And then good governance is always lightweight, automated, and transparent. It should be, as a principle. If it is going to be a good and effective government which is going to provide for its people, it better be lightweight. It should be simpler. It should not be so a burden to the society that they'll be always on the lookout. Oh, they are asking these questions, I'm not at home. Okay, and then automate it, make it simpler. Instead of giving 10-15 questions at a time, maybe some simpler questions, some immediate requirements that can be taken from the society at a time. If we are going to ask post many questions, they are going to be burdened. Why are they asking me so many questions? Of what use are they? Because they will not never respond. So make it lighter, and then again transparent. Say why you want those informations. Unless and until the government expects information to accrue from the people, it better be transparent. It better tell them for what use are these data for. Then policy is actually to be practiced and review to be generated so as to improve again onto the next set of policies which can be brought about. And then 3 layers of operation, how exactly the governance can be put into action is strategic, operational, and technical. Meaning, first you define the principles. What exactly are the policies that can be put placed to the people for the for their benefits? Again, they have to own it as well. And then establish processes and roles, so that whatever is thought of to be provided to the people can be thought about implemented, of being implemented, and then bring in what is called as proper testing equipments, monitoring facilities, right? Any policy which is really implemented to the society, implemented to the people, needs to go in for proper evaluation through proper monitoring. So together they create what is called as a repeatable, measurable framework for responsible AI. Without these, strategic ideas which can be put across to the people on a simpler, actionable process, and with the help of the AI and all, AI tool, definitely all these three things can go in a long way in bringing about an effective governance. Again, as I was talking about, what exactly is good governance? That which builds on proper policies, which reviews the legal assessment, technical assessments, brings about proper models of monitoring, and improves on those models which have been erstwhile earlier brought about. So that it's a cycle. You build on certain systems, the policies, review if whatever the policies you have placed to the people, they are utilized, beneficial to the people. It's not enough that you bring about something to the society, and then the citizens that doesn't utilize it, unless and until they utilize, and the feedback goes that it has been 100% utilized, or rather 80% also. So give some more time so that the 100% can be taken up. Proper monitoring sets should be in place, okay, be it going from the local government, or the intermediary hierarchical, or the upper central government. Again, whatever the informations comes back as feedback in terms of the policies being a good one, or maybe fluctuating one, it needs to have what is called as improvement, right? You try to bring about some changes and then replace it in the people. Then what exactly are we looking out in terms of from principles to practices? Like, proper principle is one which has proper frameworks and proper processes, proper tools, so that the culture itself builds up, that it really transcends from one stage to another, and there is no break in any information, or any what do you call, developmental activities which can be provided to the people. Again, this needs to be aligned with proper bias management, because whenever monitoring is happening, they should check properly, again, in terms of all the principles what we have seen. The bias is one which needs to be really seen in depth, and then transparency and governance and alignment. If the governmental actions or activities are aligned with those of the necessities of the people. Again, these are the next are instead of like going through it, I can say some of those e-governance which the central government has brought out. One is DigiLocker. In fact, it's a platform for issuance and certification of documents and certificates, because as students, you guys know what exactly is a DigiLocker. You have your UMIS, APAR, yeah, all these data in your one time place wherein you can retrieve it from. You need not carry it anywhere you go, so DigiLocker is enough. Then entity locker is one which actually is for the whole family, which looks into it is an output of what is called as this Digital India campaign, and this actually provides with what is called as tailored to the corporate enterprises, organizations, MSME enterprises, and other individual agencies as well. Again, whatever smallest industry level, for example, even families also have something called as cottage industries being carried out in their residences as well. So how exactly they are able to do it, or how exactly the government can step in to improve whatever they are doing. So entity locker actually plays an important role in that. Then we have what is called as Umang, is a unified portal aggregating major citizen-centric services of central and state governments. Actually, it works on both, apps, they say, types of apps. Then we have OpenForge, the platform is built to promote the sharing and reuse of e-governance application source code. Like MeitY in the year of 2015, they brought out this. Actually, it's a policy on collaborative application development by opening the source code of government applications, which again, is used in archiving government custom developed source codes and all. It is a little, offshoot for us to understand it, but when we use it, who exactly can use this is maybe from the governmental departments and agency heads who really understand better and for whom this is really important. There's something called as my scheme as well. It's actually launched in 2022, and it's a marketplace for schemes. Actually, we have this in Tamil Nadu also. If anyone from Tamil Nadu, there's a place called Madhavaram. Actually, there's a huge area wherein, Papia ma'am, there's a huge area in Chennai, like northern Chennai. The area is called Madhavaram. There's something called as governmental marketplace. So of course they have to play and purchase sort of an area, a small square feet area. But then the government will look after the development as well as the profitability of the shop. Like the government itself will look into the advertisement, marketing and all, because it's a huge place. Like how we have exhibitions and all, it is a marketplace of exhibiting the products of the same state. Again, I think this can also be understood as one state one product, and maybe that is also the idea behind this actually. Then we have what is called as Meri Pehchan. It's again given out by NSS, or National Sample Survey Organization. It's actually for authentication of services in which a single set of credentials provides access to multiple online applications or services. Again, any person looking into any information, by clicking their area or name, they'll get all the information and details onto it. It is again, it can be thought of as an extension in terms of collaboration between single sign-on, that is SSO, Jan Pariche, ePraman, DigiLocker, and so on. Then API Setu, again, this is again another MeitY developed app. And then, yeah, this is very interesting. Like India on a global level, like whatever the e-governance which the central government has brought about for usage globally, are these. Actually, the 15 programs are ADA, UPI, UN, API Setu, DigiLocker, Arogya Setu. Arogya Setu is based on health actually. And then government marketplace Umang, Diksha is again on education based, e-Sanjeevani again Ayush based, that alternative medicine. Then e-hospital, wherein you can actually search for that particular any particular health based information, you can access through the app, governance portal. Then e-office, e-court. In fact, this is actually is the one which is really opening up the eyes of many of our governmental agencies, because e-court is one wherein many of the, it's a very recent outfit. The thing is, many of the what do you call, verdicts are given online. Very dangerous, sorry. So pertaining to the algorithmic setup there, instead of the verdict being given through arguments inside the courtroom, this is being provided through the tip of click of the button. How dangerous it can be, actually. Yes. Then Poshan tracker, then NCD platform. NCD platform, I'm not very sure about it. Let's say I think it's to do with communication and development. Then we have what is called as the local. So far we saw the e-governance handling through the 5 key areas. We have something called as local stack as well. We have Digital India Initiative. Again, actually it includes description, impact, technology stack, architecture, implementation and methodology, etc., among others. So this is actually this provides all the information required by the local administration of that of the central administration. So like it is a sort of G to G, government to government. wherein you can understand the administration and working of local as well as central governments. Then this is again a unique one, user experience for government, UX4G. So it's an initiative of again the Digital India program, wherein the users needs by prioritizes the users needs by implementing a citizen centric approach to user experience. It aims to ease the user's journey when availing services digitally, facilitating personal digital interfaces that are visually appealing, efficient, and accessible. Meaning it's sort of pictures, through a picture how exactly you can understand the provisions of the government, as well as implement on your ideas, like if you want to engage with that particular portal or not. Again, the main goal itself is to bring about better practice of UI and UX. UI and UX are the app development portal, wherein one can bring in a better app or not. Then proper guide to AI ethics is, does India really regulate? And then yes, when it says it has promulgated laws and guidelines, it does definitely try to regulate. Maybe the law definitely is in the ambit. Once it becomes law, it is 100% India can regulate the AI. Are there global standards? Yes, again, because without which, like, we wouldn't have had those 15 key global initiatives or the apps with you can use anywhere in the globe. Then what if I see a deep fix? So one, definitely from the bottom, that is the communication has to be provided, or reporting has to be given in terms of what exactly is wrong with that information, and how do state policies fit in. They actually complement the national law and vice versa. Remedy does exist. Appeals through official portals are on. And then we have it's last but 2 3 slides, India's 12-point commitment. Now we understand, though India wants to bring about AI as a law, so as to protect the people, protect our population from the detrimental activities of AI. So human accountability, fairness, transparency, privacy, safety, boundaries, and the other 12 is standards, data sets, audits, skilling, innovation, and dialogue. Yes, again, as we go backwards, dialogue, you communicate your requirements and communicate what is regularly available and not, so that all the information is reachable to the government for the understanding of what exactly to provide or not. And then training is really important. I think that which the education system brings in. And of course, innovation, thinking out of the box is really necessary, both in terms of developing or bringing about a clarity in the apps that we already use, if it is bringing in some negative impacts. If not, if it is always good. If it is found that negative aspects are being rolled out of that through that app, it needs to be refined or redeveloped. For that, definitely innovation is of major use. Standard AI practices and all is in place. And then how do we move about this? We are standing at the 21st century. We have come a long way. As I said in the beginning, we have had computerization only from 1986. Standing now at this juncture also, we are much behind many of the much developed countries. But how do we move on from here? Building ethical AI in e-governance, it really requires continuous learning and adaptation. Yes, we have highest form of education, which really brings about what is called as upskilling the student population. So continuous learning, if you really require a change to be brought in, understand the requirements of the population in terms or relevant to the apps which are in use. Are the apps which are in use relevant again to the governmental aspirations of the people, right? If there is mismatch, there is no use of that app in the first place at all. There are many apps actually just for fun of play, people keep asking for information, all not necessary at all. You really require proper apps. Again, multi-stakeholder collaboration. Again, stakeholders here are definitely the citizens, then the local administration, because we are living in what is called as a decentralized administration, right? From 1973-74 amendment, we have come a long way in order to bring about the administration to the last area of line of people in the innermost village or suburban area. So every them, and then we have urban body administrators, then we have district administrators, then we have central administrators, state administrators, then central, then in within this we have the what do you call citizen portal, we have the consumer portal, we have business entities, all having a share in the stakeholdership. Then commitment to transparency and accountability. Definitely, yes. Again, even if we are not in terms of affected by the negative impacts, if we come to understand or know about somebody else who have been attacked by the negative impact, we can definitely step in by bringing the information or taking the information to the government, or bringing the information to the understanding of the person who are hit hard with the negative impact. Then we have finally catering to the citizen, centering citizen needs and rights. Of course, what the governance is all about, if not for the people and their rights. I have a right to privacy, I have a right to freedom, I have a right to speech, I have rights as per the constitution. But if those rights are going to impinge upon my own health, my own privacy, of what use is the e-governance is all about? So the government needs to understand where exactly is the lacuna. Is it with the government? Is it with the framework? Or is it with the people? But when we look into from far, a bird's eye view, we understand the lacunas on all three of us, right? We as citizens, we need to really understand what exactly does that the e-governance portal is all about. If and if only I can be benefited from that app, that I can insist upon activating upon. Again, the framework also should be such that they are there to protect the people. Knowingly, the government should not be just for corruption's sake, they should not allow the malpracticable apps to be sustaining in the environment, which again, because unknowingly, because we are not 100% literate society, right? We are nowhere nearer 90% either. So we can understand so many population amongst us who are illiterate, so we can again understand how much detriments this e-governance can be in terms of understanding. If they cannot understand what exactly is being provided to them by the government, how are they going to give the feedback to the government as well? I think that's boring enough for the day. I rest my case for another day, right? Thank you. I'm open. நீங்க தானே கேட்டீங்க, you're from VIT. Yeah, morning you asked about how AI is playing with regard to the election campaigning. Have you seen like little time? Okay, 5 more minutes, right? If they don't have any questions. So in at that time itself, I wanted to send, then I respond to you. Then I thought, let my time come. Very recently, you would have seen the campaign. I'm being very vociferous. You would have seen the campaign of TVK's Vijay. Okay, I don't know if anyone else knows and all. He was shown to be in the vicinity of Periyar. Is Periyar now here? It's pure AI. So see, that itself provides an impact on the minds of the people. Oh yeah, Periyar, such a great personality, he hugging Vijay, so Vijay's got something to do well for the citizens, right? Yeah, so definitely, even like looking, if that particular portion is being played during the election time also, see, for an erudite person, definitely we'll understand that is AI, right? For somebody else, they would have thought, oh, this man was there in, when Vijay was there. So like it is, the picture is here. So I can understand he's a very good. Now I'm not getting into he's a good or bad at all. I'm talking about the AI picture which really creates an impact on the minds of the people. That too during election, it really plays a huge role. So it can dingle dangle between the other three parties as well. So he was actually counted not to use it. Anybody else? Yeah, please. Absolutely. Yes. Definitely, yes. If not, how do you think when we see we don't have the census for the past 1 decade, I said. So, how do you think they have the data in terms of providing some other activities, some other welfare activities? For example, we have had what is called as the change in the PM, what do you call, Awas Yojana. PM Awas Yojana is actually for the slum population, the marginalized population, for them housing system, right? So that itself, we can understand. It was there, since I think, say for the past 10 years, definitely, because I was involved in a slum survey for this PM Awas Yojana. Yeah, Awas Yojana, for which, like, I had to travel to the fisherman community and all. Okay, but then after some days, from some years, I mean, you can see the whole coastal area of North Chennai. Have you been to North Chennai, Royapuram and all? There you see those fisherman hamlets are no longer hamlets. They're all four-story buildings. The upkeep is different, but at least there is change, or developmental change has been, brought about, thanks to again these, informations that has been collated and kept it in the central reservoir. Yes. Yes, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. So that's what they say, there need not be repetitiveness, but at the same time, there should not be stagnation also. You need to bring about changes with regard to the data that you always collect. The data collected, if it's going to sit with you, is of no use at all. For example, we as researcher, we go for each and every thing, we go for data collection. Because whatever we have collected, from 1 year back also is not, viable to be utilized for the next study as well, because the thinking in terms of the same particular study, maybe that time it would have been on adolescent care, maybe the next time it would be on the educational aspect. So both are totally different, and 1 year is more a time to bring about a change. Anything can happen within a year. Governments get toppled as well, new governments come up. Had I been very vociferous? I can't help it, because this is how, yeah, the no, all the what do you call, slides have been laden with data, but then I can't help it. Ma'am, that's enough. I want to go home now. That's what's running in everyone's mind, right? Yes, yeah, since 8 o'clock. Thanks, guys. I think that's enough for the day. Maybe the best for the rest. Thank you. That's been a very good years on my talk. We can go on and on and on, but yes. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for that thought provoking session. Your insights into the human and political dimensions of technology have added a necessary depth to our deliberation today. I now invite Selvaraj sir to felicitate our guest with a token of appreciation on behalf of the department. I now request all participants to kindly scan the QR code displayed on the screen to share your valuable feedback for this session. I repeat, I now request all participants to kindly scan the QR code displayed on the screen to share your valuable feedback for this session. With that, we conclude the first day of our national workshop. It has been a day of profound insights and rigorous discussion on the ethics of AI. I want to extend a sincere thank you to our distinguished speakers and to all of you for your active and thoughtful participation. We will resume tomorrow at 8 a.m. sharp for an exclusive online session with our international speaker. I repeat, we will resume tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. sharp for an exclusive online session with our international speaker. With this, I, Samriddhi Jain, sign off for the day. Thank you all and have a wonderful day ahead.